Chapter 956. In this battle, everyone had consumed a lot of energy, and many people were still injured. The demonic academy temporarily found a safe area to camp and rest. According to the current situation, the demonic academy's final result should be 3 advanced level 3 demonic beasts. Nameless, I think this result is very promising, a sea of clouds said. At present, only a few Saint Academies have the ability to enter the 6th district. If we go deeper, it will be difficult for us to match the level 4 demonic beasts, Thousand Stonebow said. Lu Chen nodded, let's rest here first. Since almost everyone had activated the soul body as one, the combat power of the demonic academy was not high, and Lu Chen didn't want to lead the team to take risks. However, unexpectedly, in the latest broadcast of the battle situation, 11 Saint Academies had entered the 6th district. It was much more than a sea of clouds expected. A second-tier Saint Academy like the Heavenly Map Saint Academy should be as strong as the former Wuxia Saint Academy. The president, Tian Xianzhenren, has always been conservative. He used to only hunt in the 7th district. Why did he enter the 6th district this time? Tian said, they probably want to take the risk and compete for the ranking. The biggest threat to them in the 6th district is the level 4 demonic beasts. As long as they avoid level 4 demonic beasts and groups of level 3 advanced beasts, many Saint Academies actually have the power to fight. A sea of clouds nodded, the news that we divine demons got 3 advanced level 3 beast cores spread out. I guess it stimulated them. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many Saint Academies entering the 6th district in the past. We all ignored their thoughts. I'm afraid that more Saint Academies will not be willing to fall behind us and enter the 6th district. As long as they hunt carefully, the remaining time should be enough to surpass us. To be suppressed by a lower house, it would be a bit embarrassing for any sacred institution. Even if many Saint Academies didn't usually come to the 6th district, they still gritted their teeth and entered this time. Lu Chen frowned slightly. There were still 2.5 days before the end of the big hunting match. According to this trend, he didn't know if they could keep their top 10 ranking. That's how it is in the first place. There are pros and cons, Lu Chen said. Let's not be hasty. Let's wait and see. After entering the 6th district, the academies that had been hurrying on their way finally began to officially hunt. Their results also began to rise rapidly. In the afternoon, the North Pole Academy finally showed its true strength and tied with the Demonic Academy with 3 high-grade rank 3 beast cores. Behind them were Feng Lai, Huang Ji, and the second-tier sky map, Stardust, and Secluded Valley. The disciples who were still resting could no longer sit still. A few students ran over. Principal, they've caught up. Let's continue hunting, we can hold on. Dean, even if we don't have soul body as one, we should still be able to defeat a tier 3 advanced boss. Lu Chen shook his head. There are still 2.5 days left. Why are you in such a hurry? If they want to be first, then let them be first. Go back and rest first. Since the principal had spoken, no one dared to disobey. Tian and a sea of clouds had been paying attention to Lu Chen. In the past, the principal never rested, but this time, as long as no one disturbed him, he would close his eyes and rest. A sea of clouds suddenly understood that the Nameless was waiting for the hidden opponent. He looked at Tian. Tian, if the Purple Sky Palace's minions come, we must help the principal. Tian nodded heavily. I'm also a member of the Divine Demons now. Even if my arms and legs are old, if they dare to touch a disciple of the Divine Demons, they'll have to go through me first. Yi Fan was also looking over. When he saw the principal closing his eyes and resting, he already knew what the principal was waiting for. Yi Fan lowered his head, feeling guilty. If it weren't for him being a burden, the principal wouldn't have to be so restrained. A hand rested on Yi Fan's shoulder. Yi Fan looked up and saw Xiao Zhan. Junior brother, don't think too much. As long as I'm here, the Purple Sky Palace won't be able to touch you. Chu Tian, Grey Crow, and the others also walked over. Junior brother, the Demonic Academy is united. The principal won't abandon you, and neither will we. Who cares about the Purple Sky Palace? The Demonic Academy isn't afraid of anyone. Yi Fan, don't say anything about being a burden anymore. As long as you're alive, you should repay your debts. That's right. If you die, who will return my spiritual stones? Black Armor King took the opportunity to flip out his little notebook. I returned 3,000 spiritual stones a few days ago. You still owe me 297,000 spiritual stones. Yi Fan took a deep breath, stood up, and said in a trembling voice, I, Yi Fan, have made many mistakes along the way, but, joining the Demonic Academy is the decision I don't regret the most. Thank you, senior brothers and senior sisters. The battle reports were still being updated quickly. The major demonic academies were finally showing their strength. At the same time, the Demonic Academy, which had been in the first place, was still resting. The first place had been overtaken one after another. The gods and demons have reached their limits. Now their ranking is no longer up to them. It depends on the performance of the other academies. Their principal seems to have been recuperating after that sword attack. It seems that he has more than enough strength, but not enough stamina. That sword attack is indeed valuable, but his body is a hard injury. His upper limit has been locked. After all, he's still a cripple. At night, the Demonic Academy's ranking had fallen to 8th place. Those second-tier academies relied on steady progress, and several of them had surpassed the Demonic Academy. At this time, there was only 1.5 days left before the big hunting match ended. 3 days to recover and 10 minutes to achieve the soul and body as one state. If this was the case, the disciples of the Demonic Academy wouldn't have enough time to recover. I estimate that if this continues, the Demonic Academy won't be able to stay in the top 10. After all, it's a new academy with insufficient experience. The other academies are steadily progressing and have surpassed them. They're just stepping stones for the other academies. In this competition, their results are obviously much better than before. Speaking of which, the North Pole Academy and the Imperial Academy have both killed low-level level 4 demon beasts. With this result, they should be in the top 3 for sure. While everyone was discussing, many people discovered a problem. From the illusion map, they noticed that 2 academies, who didn't know if it was a coincidence or not, were rapidly approaching the Demonic Academy's resting area at the same time. I didn't notice it before. Why are the North Pole Academy and the Sky Map close to the Demonic Academy? They're about to meet. Saiji and Lan Ji's breathing became rapid. The disciple disguised as a staff member of the Heavenly Music Pavilion reported that the principals of the 7 academies had been in contact with the same group of mysterious people. 1 Demonic Academy and 6 academies. Since the Demonic Academy entered the 6th district, the other 6 academies couldn't follow. Currently, only 1 Demonic Academy had the opportunity to approach the Demonic Academy. And this one and only Demonic Academy was the North Pole Academy, which was extremely powerful in this competition. However, the situation was a little complicated now. For some reason, the Sky Map also appeared in that area after taking a detour. Not only that, but there was also a mid-level level 4 demon beast following behind them. A zombie king chief-elect. What, they also lured a zombie king? Saiji stood up nervously, his eyes wide and his face full of horror. The Purple Sky Palace actually found 2 demonic academies. Oh no! They're about to make a move. Saiji was burning with anxiety. At this time, almost everyone in the Demonic Academy had activated Soul Body as one. Only the principal, a Sea of Clouds, and Yi Tian hadn't activated it. A Sea of Clouds and Yi Tian were already old. If they really fought, it would be difficult for them to fight for a long time. The same was true for the principal. His body was already weak. If the two demonic academies joined forces, he might not be able to withstand it. The two demonic academy teams weren't the most terrifying. The most terrifying thing was the giant demonic beast that was chasing after the Sky Map Academy. The Zombie King Chief-elect was different from many other demon beasts. Its speed wasn't extremely fast, but it had corpse poison. Moreover, it was almost invulnerable. Even if it was focused fire, it would be difficult to kill. Even the top demonic academies would choose to take a detour if they encountered a chief-elect. It was difficult to deal with, and it was really too difficult to kill. Could it be the sky-breaking sword that was specially designed to deal with the principal? But why did the Sky Map Academy know that the principal would use the sky-breaking sword? Could it be that the Heavenly Music Pavilion was helping them pass the message? How terrifying was the Purple Sky Palace's power? A series of questions flashed through their minds, but they couldn't find the answers at this time. The giant zombie king was chasing after the Sky Map Academy. Every step it took caused the ground to shake. The demonic academy disciples who were still resting were alert and looked around. At this time, Lu Chen opened his eyes slightly. Was it finally here? It seemed that this battle was going to be interesting. Chapter 957. The disciples of the demonic academy had sensed the danger and gathered around. Dean, someone's coming. It seems like, there's another big guy. Xiao Zhan looked at the east and west sides of the camp. They're coming from these two sides. They're very strong. Chu Tian also sensed it. They might be the minions of the Purple Sky Palace. Lu Chen smiled slightly. The strength of this group of little guys was indeed not bad, and they quickly discovered the enemy. The east and west roads blocked the two escape routes of the demonic academy, as if they had discussed it beforehand. The advantage of teaming up with smart people was that Lu Chen didn't need to say anything. They already knew what was going on. Without waiting for Lu Chen's order, the students were already in formation, ready for battle. Gray Crow, Black Armor King, Bai Yi, Chu Tian, and Xiao Zhan stood beside Yi Fan, ready for battle. Not long after, the forest on both sides shook. Then, the two sacred academies finally came out. Among the two sacred academies, the North Pole Sacred Academy was ranked in the top 10 of Xinyuan continent. The Sky Map Sacred Academy was also one of the top 2 sacred academies in Xinyuan continent. The two academies had a total of 100 people. They blocked the two escape routes. The students and teachers were eyeing the demonic academy covetously. The leader of the North Pole Sacred Academy was a vice dean. The leader of the Sky Map Sacred Academy was an old man. Behind the Sky Map Sacred Academy was a giant corpse king. This guy was 70 to 80 meters tall. Its clothes were in tatters, and its body emitted a faint black mist and a strong rotten smell. His arms extended past his knees and hung by his side. His face was full of rotting flesh, and a pair of extremely small eyes were constantly moving. The skin on his lips and the side of his face had already rotted away, and only some tendons and muscles were still connected. It looked extremely terrifying. 4 stars on its forehead, purplish black. It's a level 4 intermediate demon. A sea of clouds' eyes widened. It was a level 4 intermediate demon. At this time, the corpse king didn't attack. Its body was twisting unconsciously. Yi Tian narrowed his eyes. No wonder Sun Xian Daoist is leading the team personally. Lu Chen looked at Yi Tian strangely. Yi Tian continued, Sun Dao was the previous dean of the Sky Map. However, he retired not because he was too old, but because he had broken through his current cultivation level. However, I heard that he left Prosperous Origin Continent a long time ago. I didn't expect him to be the one leading the team this time. His actual combat ability was already well known when Dean Ren was still in the academy. He was best at Dao talismans. The Zombie King's defense is terrifying, but it's only afraid of Dao talismans. Right now, Sun Dao should be using Dao talismans to temporarily control the zombie king. Lu Chen frowned slightly. It seems that the Violet Sky Palace has spent a lot of money to deal with us. At this time, Xuandao took a few steps forward and looked at the people of the Demonic Academy. His eyes paused for a moment on Yi Tian from a sea of clouds, and then finally fell on Lu Chen. Are you the director of the Demonic Academy? Just like the rumors, you're a young man who's still wet behind the ears. Moreover, you're a cripple. I really don't understand why a sea of clouds and Yi Tian would follow a cripple like you. And these students, all of them have excellent aptitudes. What are they thinking? It seems that they're just a bunch of short-sighted people with no ambition. They won't have any future. Xiao Zhan said angrily, what did you say? Our dean killed a third-rank mid-level demonic beast with a single strike. How can you slander him? What does it have to do with you that we chose the Demonic Academy? Xuandao smiled. Slander? You said I slandered your dean. Don't you have eyes? A star-field great cultivator. His cultivation level is probably at the bottom of the 6th heavenly layer. He doesn't belong to any sect, which means he has no backing. He's just a loner. His left arm is incomplete. With such an injury, it's at least twice as difficult to increase his attributes compared to others. Moreover, he can't use many skills. His complexion is dim, which means he still has internal injuries. I've long heard that the Demonic Academy's dean is weak. Looking at his complexion now, it's not just weak. I'm afraid he's half dead. Killing a third-rank mid-level demonic beast with a single strike. What a joke. Ask him, with his body, how many times can he use it? I'm guessing that he can only use it twice in a battle. You think this kind of trash is strong? How can this kind of trash fight the experts of the 20 academies? Can't you use your brains? I can tell you that back then, it was this hypocrite who bribed the disciples of the North Pole Academy in other academies, making them withdraw from the fight for the old site of Intentionless. On the side, the vice dean of the North Pole Academy, Zhang Hong, said coldly, this matter is absolutely true. We've already dealt with the worldly disciples. Sun Dao smiled and continued, the Demonic Academy is located at the old site of the Intentionless Academy. Do you know how the Intentionless Academy closed down? Here, I can say something fair. It's not that a Sea of Clouds' ability isn't good enough, but that your academy's spirit vein is completely useless. You should have more or less heard about it. In the past, the disciples of the Intentionless Academy improved slowly. Do you think it's because they didn't work hard? Wrong, it's not that the former students didn't work hard, but, there's something strange in your spirit vein. Do you know why your dean brought you to kill so many beast cores? It's because he wanted to use these beast cores as a spiritual source, so that your pitiful secondary spirit vein could provide you with spiritual energy. Sun Dao's words made the Divine Devil Academy's disciples reveal looks of shock. Only Lu Chen, a few mentors, and Grey Crow knew about the spirit vein. The other students didn't know about it at all. Sun Dao, on the other hand, knew about it like the back of his hand. He even told them all about it. Sun Dao looked at the shocked expressions of these disciples and smiled. You're all geniuses. At first, you might not care about the spirit vein, but after a long time, as everyone knows, cultivating next to a good spirit vein will yield twice the result with half the effort. Not only is your main spirit vein useless, you can only make do with a secondary spirit vein. The same amount of effort, others can get 1 point of benefit, but you can only get half of it. Moreover, if that thing in the main spirit vein wakes up, your secondary spirit vein won't be able to hold on for long. At that time, that thing will even absorb the spiritual energy in your body. I don't know if you've heard, but 400 years ago, within 3 months of the Intentionless Academy, more than 100 disciples experienced a situation where their cultivation level regressed. This kind of academy, this kind of dean, you really want to die with the gods and demons? Cultivation level regressed. These disciples were even more shocked. Impossible. How could this happen after the spiritual core stabilized? That's right. You're just talking nonsense. Sun Dao wasn't angry. He was still calm and composed with a smile on his face. Nonsense. If you don't believe me, you can ask your dean yourself. You can ask this scheming hypocrite who cheated you of the dean's title and then brought you into the fire pit. Many disciples looked at Lu Chen anxiously. Dean, is he telling the truth? A sea of clouds was anxious, but at this moment, he couldn't say a word. As the previous dean of the sky map, Sun Dao knew the past like the back of his hand. Everything he said about the academy was actually the truth. And about the nameless, was it all true? Bribing the participating disciples? Hiding in the old site of the intentionless academy? Would the people of the North Pole Academy ruin the reputation of a few geniuses just to deceive them? Lu Chen looked at Sun Dao indifferently. Sun Dao was a straightforward person. He didn't say any nonsense at the beginning, nor did he pretend. He directly started to destroy the morale of the demonic academy. His words were also quite good. Truth mixed with slander, making it impossible for people to defend themselves. Well, everyone was smart. It would save a lot of trouble if they made their stance clear at the beginning. The morale of the demonic academy was unstable. The hidden masters of the sky map had appeared. On the side, the people of the North Pole Academy were waiting for an opportunity to make their move. The Zombie King was still struggling to break free from the control of the talisman. Once Sun Dao made his move, the Zombie King would be his most powerful weapon. The disciples in the audience area must be looking at him. Even the instructors were looking at him. They also wanted to know the truth. Little Green's eyes were wet. Boss, you've done so much for the academy. Do you still want them to doubt you? Boss. Lu Chen took a deep breath and walked out. He said indifferently, "Old dog, you're right about one thing. I'm not a good person." Chapter 958. These words stunned the fiend gods and god fiends. The dean admitted that he wasn't a good person. Could it be that what Sun Dao said was true? Ha ha, of course I know you're not a good person. In my eyes, you're just a despicable person who doesn't want to achieve anything, so you're trying to climb up by hook or by crook. Sun Dao laughed. You don't care about the lives of the students and let them hunt. You know that Yi Fan offended the Purple Sky Palace, but you still took him in to promote the academy. What do you care about the lives of the other students? You're really competent as a dean. Lu Chen smiled and ignored Sun Dao. Instead, he turned to look at the demonic academy. He looked down at his badge. There were 12 words on it. 1-star Field Grand Cultivator. The Dean of the Demonic Academy. Ever since I entered the Jiutian, I've been in a different situation from the others. At that time, I was weaker than everyone else. Lu Chen's voice rang out. It was as if he had returned to the first day he entered the Jiutian. My hands, my legs. I am a weak knoll. The scene at that time was still vivid in his mind. He said that my body was damaged, that my body was weak, that my level was low, and that I had no backing. Yes, he was telling the truth. All the divine demon disciples looked up and stared at Lu Chen. Lu Chen laughed self-deprecatingly. Speaking of which, I'm not as good as many people. My path seems to be much harder than others. There are always people who want me to bow my head, to accept my fate, and to beg for mercy. But, you have to understand. Lu Chen raised his head, a flame burning in his eyes. In life, if you can't even grasp your own fate, then wouldn't you have walked in vain? Many disciples' eyes flashed. This was the first time the dean had said this to them. It turned out that the dean's path had not been easy. So what if your body is damaged? So what if your body is weak? So what if you have no backing? Lu Chen looked at the divine demon disciples. So what if you can't use the academy's main spirit vein? The demonic academy is not a place for retirement. If you are afraid of such difficulties, how can you talk about defying nature? The two words heaven-defying made everyone's body and mind tremble. Wasn't this the pinnacle that these geniuses were pursuing? It was with this frail body that the president founded the demonic academy. Gray Crow's eyes were moist. He knew better than anyone else how weak the dean's body was, but he also knew better than anyone else how strong the dean was. One person had easily defeated the thoughtless three heroes. That day in the testing space, he had faced tens of thousands of sword shadows and defeated them all with a single sword strike. Killing a Class 3 advanced magical beast with a single strike. That's right, he had even forgotten that this wasn't something a crippled person could do. However, the dean had done it. With his frail body, he had walked the path of defying the heavens. Tian narrowed his eyes slightly. What had this young man experienced along the way? What kind of people were his opponents? How many setbacks had he encountered? This was the reason why he had such a steel-like heart. A broken arm and a crippled body couldn't stop him. Nameless. A sea of clouds closed his eyes. Only today did he see clearly what kind of person Nameless was. A man who would never submit to fate. No matter how many obstacles there were, they couldn't shake his determination. The doubts in the eyes of Chu Tian, Xiaozhan, Yi Fan, and the other disciples instantly cleared up. That's right, none of them came to the demonic academy to enjoy the fruits of others' labor. Since that was the case, why should they care about the spirit vein? Isn't having a dean like this more precious than a top-grade spirit vein? Xiaozhan said sincerely. Chu Tian nodded. It's my honor to be able to join the Divine Demon Academy. Lu Chen turned around and looked at Sun Dao with a sneer. I'm not a good person. I only do things with a clear conscience. Therefore, the Demonic Academy will never submit to any power or become someone's pawn. I control my own fate, and you're just someone else's dog. So no matter how high your level is or how strong you are, you're not on the same level as me. Sun Dao, speaking of which, you're really pitiful. For some small benefits, you didn't hesitate to leave the mountain and become someone else's dog. I want to ask you, how can a dog like you have the face to question me? Sun Dao's eyes widened in anger. What a glib tongue. Lu Chen snorted. I don't like to talk nonsense. Didn't you say that I was the one who tampered with the battle for the old site of Thoughtless? Since I'm so unbearable in your eyes, why don't you try again and see if I'll give you a chance to touch my disciple? What a joke. Chang Hong sneered. Even if you've been recuperating, you can only use heaven-piercing sword twice at most. Do you think you still have a chance? Sun Dao also said, I originally wanted to give your disciple a way out, but since you want to drag your people down with you, very well, we'll fulfill your wish. Those geniuses you relied on don't even have soul body as one now, and you, no matter how good you are at talking, you're still just a piece of trash in the end. At this moment, the instructors and disciples of the Demonic Academy stood behind Lu Chen. Sun Dao, old man, what are you being so arrogant for? Even if we don't have soul body as one, it won't be that easy for your shrimp soldiers to kill us. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Like dean, like student. Look at the tone of your words, you're really the same as your trash dean. Sun Dao's eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness. You want to die, right? Let me tell you, none of you can escape. I'll kill your trash dean in front of you first, and then I'll kill all of you little bastards. In an instant, the people from the two academies quickly surrounded the disciples of the Demonic Academy. Dean. Tian and the other instructors quickly stood in front of Lu Chen. Lu Chen gently pushed them aside and walked out of the crowd. You're all tired. I'll take care of this battle. Old Hai, Yi Tian, protect the students, especially Yi Fan. Their target is Yi Fan. With that, Lu Chen walked in front of the two academies alone. You want to touch my people? Let's see if I'll give you the chance. Zhang Hong sneered. You're about to die, and you're still so arrogant. Then let this old man take care of you. Sun Dao also walked up. Zhang Hong, the people of the Purple Sky Palace said that we must kill Nameless and Yi Fan. This matter can't be delayed any longer. I'll kill them with you. Zhang Hong nodded. Sun Dao was still afraid of accidents, but the people of the Demonic Academy were indeed not to be underestimated. Now that Sun Dao was working with him, this matter would definitely not go wrong. Everyone else, keep an eye on the people of the Demonic Academy. Don't let any of them escape. With that, Sun Dao's fingers quickly formed a formation, and a zombie king at the side moved. It walked step by step to the center of the battlefield until it stood beside Sun Dao and Zhang Hong. Nameless, you said the Purple Sky Palace's offer was just a small benefit? I'm sorry, but I can't refuse their offer. Not only will they guarantee my promotion by 1 star, but they'll also allow 10 of my disciples to enter the Purple Sky Palace. And this. Do you see this? The Zombie King's soul-subduing talisman can control mid-tier rank 4 god fiends. You'll never have this kind of strength in your lifetime. Lu Chen smiled and shook his head. I realize that talking nonsense with trash like you is really a waste of my breath. Strength that I'll never have in my lifetime. Fine, today I'll let you see the consequences of offending the Demonic Academy. God-Fiend Symbiosis. War God Possession. Demon Transformation. Soul and body as one. In an instant, Lu Chen was like a god-fiend descending into the world. Spiritual energy rolled around his body, his white hair flew, and his red robe billowed in the spiritual energy. He raised his hand, and the limitless godly demon sword appeared. The three of you, attack together. Chapter 959. How arrogant. Changhong narrowed his eyes. I, Changhong, will not allow you to be so presumptuous. A golden light burst out from the Zombie King's chest, as if the outline of a talisman was imprinted on its chest. Then, the chief-elect roared, and the power that had been restrained all this time completely erupted at this moment. Yi Tian was so nervous that he was trembling all over. A sea of clouds, are you sure you know their strength? Let's not talk about the chief-elect, he's a mid-4th rank, that's equivalent to 7 or 8 stars of Theo the Great. And Dao Seeker, if I remember correctly, should be at the same level as me. Changhong is a bit weaker, but he's still a 6-star Theo the Great. How can he win against these 3 opponents? A sea of clouds had finally become more confident in Lu Chen recently, but now, he couldn't help but waver. The 2 sacred academies teaming up, they were too well prepared. With such a lineup, according to common sense, even if the disciples of the Demonic Academy were all geniuses with extremely strong abilities to fight above their level, they should still be able to beat them to death. I don't know either, a sea of clouds, don't lie to me. Tell me, have you ever seen the strongest Nameless? This. I don't know what his strongest level is either. A person like him won't reveal his trump card until the last moment. But he fought Grey Crow, Black Armor King, and Bai Yi once. Although he was a bit tired because his stamina couldn't keep up, he still fought with ease. All 3 of them are 3-star Theo the Great, we can't use them as a reference. The chief-elect, Dao Seeker, and Changhong were far stronger than Grey Crow and the other 2. At this time, the Zombie King was the first to pounce on Lu Chen. Its huge body stomped on the ground, and its face was ferocious, as if it wanted to vent its anger on Lu Chen. Like a huge cannonball, it blasted toward Lu Chen. Dean. Yi Fan frowned. He wanted nothing more than to rush up and help the Dean, but in a battle of this level, he might not be able to help. Tiger descends the mountain. Psionic Space Cannon, suppressive fire. He had long heard that the Corpse King's defense was astonishing, so Lu Chen chose to attack with pure spiritual power first. Boom! 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 50 spatial spiritual energy cannons landed on the Corpse King. However, when the powerful spiritual energy space cannon hit the Zombie King's body, waves of spiritual energy rippled, but the Zombie King's body was not harmed at all. Lu Chen was well aware of how terrifying his spiritual cannons were. However, all 50 of his cannons had been blocked by that guy. This guy's spiritual defense is even more terrifying than his physical defense. 9 void steps. Lu Chen quickly dodged and lured the Corpse King to another place. Roar! The Corpse King roared, "Kill!" Although the Corpse King's speed was not as fast as Lu Chen's, its reaction was extremely fast. Seeing Lu Chen dodge, it locked onto Lu Chen's landing point and its 2 long arms fiercely struck forward. Corpse howl. A cloud of black mist rushed madly toward Lu Chen. Xuandao snorted coldly. "Nameless, you're really arrogant. You want to fight 1 against 3? Do you think you're me? Fine, I'll send you on your way." Xuandao's hands formed a seal, and a golden talisman flew out from behind him. He quickly waved a brush in the air on the talisman. 6 paths of truth, 100 ghosts heed my command. 6 paths of truth, hell's soul kill. This talisman was different from how ordinary talisman masters used it. Many talisman masters use talismans, and most talisman masters use talismans. However, Xuandao's talisman was completely different. The talisman floating in front of him turned into ashes. Almost at the same time, in the area where Lu Chen was, countless ghosts emerged from the ground and rushed madly toward Lu Chen. Zhang Hong snorted coldly. "If it wasn't for the Purple Sky Palace's promise to get rid of you as soon as possible, do you really think you're qualified for us to join forces? Since this is your request, fine. Such an arrogant person, I'll feel itchy if I don't personally send you on your way." Meteor Sword Art, Meteor Shower Sword Formation. The long swords behind him suddenly levitated, and each of them turned into a large number of sword shadows that shot toward Lu Chen. It was indeed 1 against 3. Chief-elect, Xuandao, and Zhang Hong attacked at the same time. 3 ultimate killing moves blasted toward Lu Chen at the same time. Outside the environmental map, people were surprised by the 2 sacred academies' attacks. However, when the battle really began, they no longer cared about the reason. Master Xuandao is too strong. That's a talisman technique. He doesn't need to use the talisman to make the talisman work. He can actually control a mid-4th rank chief-elect. Tiantu could easily take first place in this big hunting competition. As long as he controls the Corpse King, it'll be easy for him to kill a few low 4th rank cultivators. 3 powerhouses attacking at the same time. No matter how strong the Dean is, he'll probably be turned into ashes. The Demonic Academy's people were so nervous that their bodies were tense, and their eyes were fixed on the battle. Dean. Everyone. No. Damning Saiji's lips trembled slightly. If he went with them, he could more or less help. However, he could only sit here and watch it all happen. Run. Why didn't a sea of clouds let us run? Lan Ji's face was full of pain. How could the Dean block such a move alone? As long as the Dean was killed, they would attack the students next. At this moment, a student ran over anxiously. This person was wearing the uniform of the Heavenly Music Pavilion. He was the disciple who had been arranged to lurk beside the suspects. His identity should not have been exposed, but now the situation was urgent and he couldn't care less. Master Saiji, Uncle Master Jilan, several academies are surrounding our demonic academy. What? Saiji stood up abruptly. It was really one wave after another. They've already started to move. As soon as we leave the competition area, they'll attack. This, Saiji gritted his teeth. Purple Sky Palace, you're really ruthless. You're going to kill us all. In the nether prison, 3 killer moves were shot toward Lu Qin. Lu Qin narrowed his eyes slightly. The 3 people in front of him were very strong. Especially the Zombie King, whose defense was so terrifying that it could even block his spiritual energy cannon. The 6th heaven had always been said to be a cultivation paradise, but it seemed that immortal cultivators were not the only ones who had become stronger. If he wanted to win this battle, he had to bring his combat power to the peak. At this moment, the 3 killer moves were all shot toward him. Lu Qin shouted, Celestial Demon Astral Form. 7 stars chasing moon. In an instant, Lu Qin turned into a black shadow and avoided the zombie howl. At the same time, he shuttled through the sword array controlling ghostly shadows to avoid the attacks. Oh no, boss's physical strength is most afraid of such high-intensity movements. He can't hold on for long. Lu Yi said anxiously. Don't run if you have guts. I'd like to see how long a cripple like you can last. Sun Dao was not worried at all. He looked at Lu Chen's figure with ridicule and shouted, Disciples of the Celestial Demon Academy, watch carefully and see how I'm going to kill your dean. Lu Chen saw the opportunity and used 7 stars chasing moon with the triple gate, successfully creating a safe distance. With a slight chance to catch his breath, Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh. Damn, it's been a long time since I used these statuses. I'm a bit rusty. I really don't want to become like that in front of the students. Forget it, I can't care so much now. Lu Chen suddenly shouted, Worship the heavens. Defying the heavens. Somewhere in the 6th district of the Nether Prison, the battle between a Holy Court team and a 3rd-rank high-level demon beast, Hengong, was coming to an end. One of their disciples jumped up high. With this attack, he could kill his opponent. With a boom, the long spear stabbed toward Hengong's huge eyeball. Bang, the long spear was bounced away. Everyone was shocked. What was their senior brother doing? Hengong was about to die. He was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Their senior brother had been accumulating power for a long time, but he couldn't even pierce Hengong's eyeball. That senior brother checked his status in shock. Weakened state, after attributes are forcefully taken, entering this state, the attributes of the battle's soul and the body will be reduced by 90%. Duration, 7 days. Damn. What the hell is this? The senior brother's eyes were filled with grief and despair. Chapter 960. The Demonic Academy disciples were in an even worse state. Other than a few people, 40 of them had their attributes taken away. And it was divine might and demonic might at the same time. After 90% of their attributes were taken away, another 90% was taken away. Finally, only 1% was left. What the fuck? What's wrong with my attributes? 2 weakened statuses. Fuck. I only have 1% of my attributes left. I can't take it anymore. I'm so weak now. I'm going to die. Those who were lucky enough to survive were all dumbfounded. The mentors, Yi Fan, Xiao Zhan, Chu Tian, and Black Armor King all looked at the others in shock. Hey, what are you guys doing? The dean is fighting. What are you guys yelling for? No, we're very weak right now. Aren't you weak? I'm not weak. What surprised Lu Chen was that he thought he would need to ask the students if they were willing to lend them their attributes before using divine might. In the end, he didn't even ask and directly took their attributes. Could it be because they were Demonic Academy disciples? That was a little tricky. Fortunately, the North Pole Academy and Heavenly Map Academy disciples weren't any better off. Speaking of divine blood and demonic seeds, although these geniuses' levels were not as high as the 2 academies' disciples, their divine might was not lower than theirs. After all, they were all once elites. Their divine blood and demonic seeds would definitely not be less than theirs. Only a few people from the demonic academy survived. The two academy's disciples were already wailing. Fuck. Only 10% of my attributes left. Is this their dean's divine might? This is a little too much. That means we're not qualified to participate in this battle. Divine might level. Even my divine might is forcefully taken away. Lu Chen's dual divine might was both tier 4. Although he couldn't use tier 4 divine might, no one below tier 4 would be spared. No matter what, under the dual divine might, Lu Chen's attributes had skyrocketed. Originally, it should have increased by 3,200,000. However, with the creation bloodline, it increased by another 300,000. To think that it's such a domineering heaven's wrath skill. Although Seeking Dao did not know how many attribute points Lu Chen had added to his stats, the fact that this guy could make all those low-level heaven's wrath players lose their ability to fight, from this point alone, it was truly domineering. However, this was still not Lu Chen's strongest state. Demonization. In an instant, Lu Chen's eyes went out of control, and large amounts of green smoke gushed out crazily. His expression changed from calm to ferocious. Dual heaven's might, bedevilment, celestial demon astral physique, and celestial demon symbiosis of the 7 transformations of the celestial demon. Lu Chen's current state, apart from his physical injuries and fatigue, had almost reached his peak. After entering his strongest state, the qi around Lu Chen's body surged madly. Between the heavens and the earth, the wind howled and the clouds surged. The huge trees were almost uprooted. Dark clouds covered the sky as lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. It was as if they were trying to intimidate this creature that shouldn't exist. With each second of demonization, Lu Chen lost a fraction of his rationality. At this moment, the resentment he had accumulated for a long time finally erupted. He faced the sky and roared, his voice deep and resounding. So what if the heavens and earth don't tolerate it? My fate is in my own hands, not the heavens. With a boom, surging qi, with Lu Chen as the center, billowed outwards, kicking up endless dust and snapping huge, thick trees. Merely the residual power of this roar had actually flattened the trees in a radius of several hundred meters. My God, this is our dean's strongest state. Yi Fan's eyes went wide. This is too scary. I knew the dean was strong, but I didn't expect that person to be this strong. Chu Tian was also full of shock. Is he even human? Outside the Dreamland map, countless spectators had already stood up one after another, watching this scene with wide eyes and slack jaws. What is this person? Celestial and Demon Symbiosis, I finally remember. Celestial and Demon Symbiosis, this is the Celestial and Demon Jiutian. He actually cultivated the number 1 forbidden technique of the Jiutian, the 9 transformations of the Celestial and Demon. The eyes of those who were wearing face veils were filled with shock. The 9 transformations of the Celestial and Demon Limitless Sword, this guy actually has 2 life reversing Celestial and Demon. How can someone collect the Celestial and Demon Symbiosis set? On the battlefield, Chang Hong and Sun Dao gradually couldn't laugh anymore. Sun Dao, that guy looks a little strange. Chang Hong's expression became serious. Sun Dao nodded. This guy is too strange. Let's attack with all our might, we must kill this monster. At this moment, Lu Chen's figure had already turned into a blurry black shadow, disappearing from the spot in an instant. Lu Chen couldn't maintain this state for long, so he had to end the battle quickly. Sun Dao also reacted quickly, hurriedly controlling the chief-elect to stop him. Chang Hong, remember, his physical body is still weak, this is his weakness. I'll use the chief-elect to hold him back, you and I work together to kill him. Alright. Kill. Life absorption. The chief-elect roared. All the vegetation within a radius of 1,000 meters was instantly sucked dry. Tian and a sea of clouds hurriedly used basic spiritual energy shields to protect the students. Be careful, this is the Chief Elect's ultimate move. It absorbs stamina and physical vitality. You must hold on. The two sacred courts also had instructors and experts protecting the others. A strong suction force came, and Lu Chen only felt his stamina drop twice as fast. Under the easy-to-fatigue state, Lu Chen's spiritual energy consumption could still last a few dozen seconds, but his stamina consumption was huge, and he could only maintain it for a few seconds now. One attack, he only had one chance to attack. At the same time, Sun Dao and Chang Hong attacked simultaneously under the cover of the Zombie King. Heavenly Dao Domain. 3 Pure 9 Words Mantra. Astral Domain. Meteor Sword Art, Meteor Fall. These two skills were both area of effect attacks. Sun Dao and Chang Hong were both experienced fighters, and they had already discovered that Lu Chen's godly devil astral body couldn't be targeted. Only these super powerful skills could kill him. Countless sparks flashed in the cloud-filled sky, and then, a large number of flaming sword shadows came crashing down like meteors. Daoist 3 Pure's projection stood in front of Sun Dao, and each of them struck out 3 times, sending 9 different types of palm strikes toward Lu Chen. The Illusory Realm Map. This area was extremely dazzling. Even though the map had been shrunk down by a few hundred people, everyone could still feel the terror of the battlefield. This was a battle of life and death, and the world had changed colors. Heavens, what a terrifying skill. It's over. There's a chief elect blocking the way in front, and 2 super experts attacking at the same time. Nameless, there's no way for him to turn the tables. Dean. The Demonic Academy's disciples were all tensed up, their eyes about to pop out of their sockets. 2 skills came crashing down, and Lu Chen quickly dodged. In his peak state, his stamina was quickly depleted. The meteor fire sword continued to fall, and the ground was already a sea of fire. Every time he dodged one of the 9 palm strikes, another one would appear, whistling through the air. The Corpse King stood in front of Sun Dao and Chang Hong, using his invincible body to protect the 2 behind him, while using life absorption to quickly deplete Lu Chen's stamina. Suddenly, Lu Chen's stamina was depleted, and he staggered, almost falling down. Ha 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 ha, John Doe, you monster, go to hell. No matter how arrogant you are, if this old man wants you dead, you will die. But at this moment, someone noticed that Lu Chen's lips were slightly curled up. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? He's about to die, and he's still smiling. In the next second, a golden light flapped along Lu Chen's right arm. Scales flipped over, and his right arm looked like a dragon's arm. He had finally exhausted his stamina. Right now, he was truly in his strongest state. Let's fight to the death over there. Chapter 961. Look at the Dean's arm. What's that? Tian's eyes widened. He realized that his knowledge and experience were becoming less and less useful in front of Nameless. A sea of clouds, Thousand Stone Bao, Long Xiang, and the other instructors felt the same way as Tian. How can there be such a thing? Tian frowned. He had mentioned to Nameless before that there were some powerful bodies in Jiutian that could be used directly. Nameless was shocked at that time. How could this guy have such a body? No, that wasn't a transferred body. A transferred body would have obvious characteristics different from the original body. Nameless' right arm was completely one with the original body. There were no special characteristics. Could it be the original body? But why would the original body have dragon scales? With the mutated dragon crystal activated, Lu Chen's speed doubled. At the same time, his next attack was accompanied by true dragon damage, which was 5 times the original damage. Lu Chen could clearly feel the violent spiritual energy in his right arm. It was like the sea breaking through a dam. It had been a few seconds since he entered the demonic state. Lu Chen also began to become more and more bloodthirsty. He roared at the chief-elect, and then his entire body shot forward. At this time, even if he didn't use the displacement skill, his speed was unimaginably fast. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the chief-elect. Die for me! Lu Chen roared, and his whole body turned into a ray of white light. One sword. Breaking the heavens. With a loud bang, a loud sound was heard. Tens of thousands of people looked at the illusory realm map blankly. Other than shock, they didn't know what else to feel. This, what kind of joke is this? The illusory realm map, cracked. That's right, the illusory realm map cracked first. A crack extended from the fierce battle area to the edge of the map. The illusory realm map was torn apart. Then, there was a loud bang from the island in the distance. People could clearly see that at the edge of the huge island, rocks were rolling down. It was as if the entire island was shaking. After the illusory realm map cracked, people could no longer see the situation in the nether prison. My God, just how terrifying is that attack? He couldn't have cut open the netherworld prison, right? Inconceivable, simply inconceivable. What level is that guy? I absolutely don't believe that he is only a one-star great cultivator. Absolutely impossible. Saiji and Jilan looked at each other, they also couldn't understand. Are the dean and the others still alive? I don't know, but I don't believe that Chief-Elect, Dao Seeker, and the others can withstand such a terrifying sword strike. I'm afraid that the dean's body won't be able to take it. The illusory realm map actually cracked. The spiritual energy just now was too terrifying. A few people wearing the uniform of the heavenly music parlor happened to pass by the demonic academy. They glanced at Saiji and Lanji and seemed to want to say something, but eventually gave up and walked past them. These people did not seem to be ordinary disciples of the heavenly music parlor. They should be the organizers of the competition. They quickly rode on some low-level mounts and flew to the front of the fantasy realm map. Hall Master, the Divine Devil Academy has guts, they actually dare to kidnap our people. A person said in a low voice. The woman called the Hall Master looked indifferent. I'm guessing that it has something to do with the Purple Sky Palace. The Demonic Academy didn't make things difficult for our people. Hall Master, are we just going to let it go? The woman looked at the cracked illusory realm map in the air and frowned slightly. After thinking for a moment, she said, Nameless strength is unfathomable, and the Purple Sky Palace is even more powerful. We'd better stay out of the battle between these two parties. Keep this a secret for now. If we really can't avoid it, we'll show up. Understand? Yes. The woman shook her head. Nameless sword actually tore the illusory realm map apart. What a joke. Quickly repair it. I also want to see how the battle is going now. Yes, Hall Master. The heavenly music parlor used some special method to quickly restore the illusory realm map. Everyone looked in the direction of the demonic academy eagerly. At this moment, the battlefield was silent. Tian kept his mouth open, and his jaw almost dropped. A huge bloody hole exploded in the zombie king's chest. Its strange eyes were so wide that they almost popped out of their sockets. It seemed that it couldn't believe that its body had been pierced through just like that. Behind the chief-elect, a golden talisman floated in front of Xuandao. It looked like he was about to use it but didn't have time. Beside him, Zhang Hong seemed to be petrified. The earth kept shaking. With a boom, the ground finally couldn't digest the sword chi from before. A straight crack directly appeared on the ground, extending into the distance. At the same time, the zombie king, Xuandao, and Zhang Hong's bodies exploded. The dark clouds in the sky had been split in two. However, it started to rain. It was unclear whether it was the zombie king's or Xuandao's and Zhang Hong's flesh and blood falling from the sky, no one expected that Xuandao and Zhang Hong's bodies wouldn't even be whole. Nameless' attack was ruthless. Lu Chen himself couldn't even stand properly. He didn't forget to snort. I already said that I'm not a good person. When he closed his eyes, Lu Chen felt weak all over. The world was spinning, and his body was on the verge of collapsing. Boss! Lu Yi rushed toward that exhausted figure without a care for anything else. At this moment, Lu Chen was no longer in any state. He was very close to the disciples of the two academies. It was very dangerous for Lu Yi to rush over now. However, Lu Yi couldn't care less. In fact, without his state, the current Lu Chen was no different from a mortal. If there was a difference, it would be that he was weaker and frilier than others. In this state, anyone from the two academies, even if they were in a weakened state, could probably easily kill him. There was only one thought in her mind. She had to protect Boss. In this rain of blood, the disciples of the academies stared at their dean. He suddenly remembered the words of the great teacher of a sea of clouds when he recruited new students. If you want to go against the heavens, join the demonic academy. At first, he just regarded this sentence as the slogan of the demonic academy, but at this moment, he suddenly had a feeling. It wasn't a slogan. Perhaps it was the fate of the demonic academy. Lu Chen's body trembled violently. His whole body was swaying, and he couldn't even lift the infinite general of gods and demons. But he didn't fall down yet. His body swayed forward, and the disciples of the two academies took a step back. Lu Chen lowered his head, letting the blood splash on his body and wet his hair and clothes. What? Why aren't you doing anything? Are you afraid of me? An old man standing in the front row of the North Pole Academy swallowed a mouthful of saliva. To be honest, Nameless was right. This kind of killing method, this kind of strength, they were now trembling with fear. Even if Nameless seemed to be extremely weak, he didn't dare to act rashly. As long as he didn't fall, who could be sure that he wouldn't kill him with a sword? Nameless, this is the decision of the Vice Dean. It has nothing to do with us. The generous conditions offered by the Purple Heaven Palace are mostly for them. The quota to enter the Purple Heaven Palace is also reserved for his confidants. We have no benefits at all. The man said as he retreated. Now, our disciples are all in a weak state. We don't want to fight at all. Yes, Nameless Senior, we are just acting according to the instructions of the Vice Dean. Please let us go. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. At this time, none of the 100 students of the two academies still had the desire to fight. The rank 4 intermediate zombie king was killed with a sword. Dao Seeking and Changhong were like gifts. They didn't even have the chance to react and were directly killed with a sword. Nameless strength had already shocked everyone. Get lost! Lu Chen shouted in a low voice. The disciples of the two academies, as if they had been granted amnesty, fled crazily. Looking at the fleeing enemies, Lu Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, if he really wanted to fight, he didn't have the strength. The disciples of the demonic academy were in a worse state. When the time came, both sides would suffer. The two academies fled. Lu Chen finally couldn't hold on anymore and fell back. Dean. In the eyes of the disciples of the demonic academy, there was no longer any hesitation. Braving the bloody rain, the group of people rushed toward Lu Chen together. Just as Lu Chen was about to fall to the ground, Lu Chen felt that someone had caught his body. The person who helped him was not the only one. Lu Yi, a sea of clouds, Yi Tian, Thousand Stone Bao, Long Xiang, Gray Crow, Black Armor King, Bai Yi, Yi Fan, Xiao Zhan, Chu Tian. Chapter 962. In this battle, not only did Lu Chen force the two sacred academies to retreat, but he also killed a mid-level rank for Corpse King. Long Xiang held the Corpse King's spirit pill. Just the size of the pill was much larger than those rank 2 and rank 3 pills. Real-time battle situation, hunting ranking, lower Academy of Gods and Demons, 1 mid-level rank 4 beast pill. Donglin Academy, 1 low-level rank 4 beast pill. Fenglai Academy, 7 high-level rank 3 magical beasts. Imperial Academy, 6 high-level rank 3 divine beasts. The Demonic Academy returned to first place. However, no one had the time to care about the rankings now. Lu Yi checked on Lu Chen's condition. Fortunately, he only fainted from fatigue. His body was fine. Only then did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Since Lu Chen fainted, a sea of clouds had to take responsibility. The current situation of the students was not optimistic. Most of them were in a weakened state. It was impossible to hunt anymore. The battle just now may have caused a commotion among the demons in the nether prison. Everyone, find a place to set up camp. We can't be careless at this time. Don't leave the 6th district for the time being. A sea of clouds said, those who are not affected, gather here. We have to protect everyone. Little Green didn't have any attributes now, so the Black Armor King carried Lu Chen on his back. Rhubarb, find a safe place for us to set up camp. Lu Yi leaned over and said to Rhubarb. Rhubarb wagged his tail and led the team into the forest. The students were busy in the temporary camp. A sea of clouds let Yi Fan and the others who weren't in a weakened state guard the surroundings. The Demonic Academy temporarily settled down. Yi Tian walked to a sea of clouds. I didn't expect Nameless to be so strong. A sea of clouds smiled. To be honest, I didn't expect it either. Actually, I suddenly thought that if he could come to the 6th district half a year earlier, maybe the fate of the Academy of Nothingness would be different. Yi Tian smiled and shook his head. A sea of clouds, don't think about nothingness anymore. The era of the Academy of Nothingness is over. In comparison, I want to see with my own eyes if the next era will be the Demonic Academy era. It's a good thing you found me in time. Otherwise, I would have missed this opportunity. Yunhai smiled and said, you really don't give your old friend any face. Well, you're right. Wu Nian has passed. Next, it's up to John Doe. At this time, almost all the academies in the 6th district were all resting. When they heard the broadcast that the Divine Devil Academy had taken first place, many academies felt incredulous. They actually killed a Tier 4 intermediate demon. Is there a mistake? There was an obvious vibration in the east. There should be a battle there, but, damn it. Most of us are in a weakened state. We can't hunt at all now. It's terrible. This thing lasts for 7 days. 7 days. What the hell? Drawing attributes from the whole map. I just want to ask, whose heaven's might is so shameless? Who did we students offend? Perhaps, in their peak state, individual academies might not be unable to hunt down the 4th order mid-level monsters. However, in a weakened state, they were powerless to do so. They could only set up camp and wait for the final end of the competition to leave the nether prison through the portal. More than an hour later, Lu Chen woke up slowly. Boss! Lu Yi saw Lu Chen open his eyes and hurried over. A sea of clouds and others heard the movement and gathered around. Nameless. Dean. As soon as Lu Chen opened his eyes, he saw a large group of people surrounding him. Ahem, no, can you all move aside? I'm a little short of oxygen. Lu Chen was speechless. There was no bed here. He was lying on the grass and was surrounded by a group of people. A sea of clouds hurriedly drove the others away. Is the water boiling? Is the meal ready? Have you collected enough firewood? Are you not alert? You all came here to join in the fun. Hurry up and get to work. We're just concerned about the dean. The group of people muttered and were sent away reluctantly. Nameless, are you feeling better? A sea of clouds sat beside Lu Chen and helped Lu Chen lean against a tree stump. Why do you look so pale? Drink some water. Lu Chen nodded. I'm fine. I feel much better after a rest. Lu Chen's current state was actually worse than the others. He was also in a weakened state. He was already weak, and with the weakened state of the heavenly might, he was already the weakest of the weakest. The Zombie King's defense was too high, and its level was far beyond Lu Chen's own. In addition, Lu Chen had to kill 3 powerhouses at the same time. If he was careless, even if one of them was left alive, not only would he die, but the students of the Demonic Academy would also die. Lu Chen had no choice but to raise his state to the extreme. Little Green, Lu Chen suddenly called out, do you have any way to make me look better? I'm afraid that the Purple Sky Palace's claws and fangs are not limited to the 2 academies. Also, if they do something outside the Nether prison, they'll see that I'm weak and have no scruples. A sea of clouds sighed. Nameless was already in such a state, and he still had to worry about the Demonic Academy. Little Green frowned slightly. It looks a little better. There is, but there are some side effects. Side effects? It's not really a side effect, but... Hey, boss, the kind of elixir you want should be able to forcibly accelerate the blood flow for a certain period of time, but this kind of elixir is generally, that kind of medicine. That kind of medicine? What kind of medicine? Lu Chen looked confused. Oh, that kind of medicine. A sea of clouds couldn't help but say, it's a medicine to enhance the ability in that area. What's there to be embarrassed about? We're all adults. Lu Chen widened his eyes. Little Green, you have that kind of medicine. Why didn't I know before? Boss, it seems that you don't have a chance to use it. Little Green's face darkened. Lu Chen blinked. Little Green's words seemed to make sense. He didn't even have a girlfriend. Damn it, damn little beast. Lu Chen didn't know why, but he suddenly said this. It seemed that he was still quite angry about the missing little beast. It couldn't be helped. It seemed that Lu Chen wouldn't need this kind of medicine for the time being. The Demonic Academy had settled down. At this moment, Xiao Zhan quickly rushed back from the outer forest. Dean, you're awake. Instructor, a sea of clouds, there's a team approaching us. Xiao Zhan looked a little anxious. At this time, the Demonic Academy's combat power was already quite weak. Only a sea of clouds and Yi Tian could fight. There were a few people who were not in a weakened state, but they didn't have the soul-body unification, so their combat power was definitely reduced. A sea of clouds frowned and stood up. Is the Purple Sky Palace trying to kill us all? Xiao Zhan said, they're moving very fast. They don't look like they're in a hurry, but more like they're escaping. So I watched for a while and found that they were avoiding the pursuit of a 4th-level low-level demon. Maybe they're not from the Purple Sky Palace. A sea of clouds looked at Lu Chen. Nameless, in the 6th zone, the demons are restless now. It's not so easy to find a relatively safe place. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. If we run now, it'll make people guess our strength. Then let's stay put. Chapter 963. Not long after, a few women emerged from the dense forest where Xiao Zhan had returned from. When they saw the people from the Demonic Academy, they were surprised and didn't know whether they should continue running or not. People from Fenglai. A sea of clouds narrowed his eyes slightly. The Fenglai Sacred Academy wouldn't become a pawn of the Purple Sky Palace, would it? Not long after, all the disciples of the Fenglai Sacred Academy entered the area. The Fenglai Sacred Academy's specialty was that it only accepted female disciples from the human clan, the fairy clan, and the demon clan. Not long after, a few agile figures came out of the forest. We've finally gotten rid of it. Oh my god, the level 4 Nether Tiger is too fast. If we hadn't sacrificed a few puppets to lure it away, we would have been in deep trouble. A woman dressed in green panted heavily as she looked towards the direction of the forest with lingering fear. Another girl in white said, "If the students weren't in a weakened state, we would have killed the nether tiger. Just thinking about being ridden on by a mere lower academy makes me angry." The girl in the lead was wearing a light pink dress. She was beautiful and had a pair of fluffy ears on top of her head. Among the beauties, she was still eye-catching. Looking at her age, she should be no more than 20 years old. Suddenly, she felt that something was wrong behind her. She turned around and saw a neat team standing behind her. When she saw the old man standing at the front of the team, the girl gasped. "Demonic Academy? Ah." The girl in white turned around and saw a sea of clouds and the others. She had just mentioned the Demonic Academy, and now she met them here. A sea of clouds also looked at the people from the Fenglai Sacred Academy vigilantly. After a while, he stepped forward and smiled at the girl in pink. "So it's Dean Li Wei. What a coincidence." Li Wei looked around and hesitated. She also smiled. "It's a sea of clouds. What a coincidence. I didn't expect you to be here too." Although killing was not encouraged in the big hunting competition, the actions of the North Pole Academy and the Heavenly Map Academy had made it clear that it was up to the individual to follow the rules. On the other hand, the woman in white was unconvinced when she saw the Demonic Academy. "A sea of clouds. Senior, did you really kill a mid-rank 4 divine beast? How did you do it?" A sea of clouds thought for a while and realized that Fenglai was probably not from the Purple Sky Palace. If they were in cahoots with the North Pole and Sky Map, they would definitely know that the mid-tier Tier 4 was neither a mythical beast nor a demonic beast, but a demonic corpse king. Moreover, that was a zombie king controlled by Sun Dao. They didn't intend to kill it. "Rongper, don't be rude." Li Wei lightly scolded. Her gaze swept over the divine demon students and landed on the people standing in the front row. The disciples of the Demonic Academy didn't seem to be in a good condition either. Most of the students didn't seem to be in good spirits, but there were still a dozen people who didn't seem to be affected. Judging from the level of the heavenly wrath, it seemed that there were more divine demon students with high heavenly wrath than Fenglai. "Senior A Sea of Clouds, it seems that you were also affected by the inexplicable heavenly wrath just now. I guess that the heavenly wrath just now was used by one of your people, right?" A Sea of Clouds didn't answer. Li Wei smiled slightly. Her pair of bright eyes looked clear and pure. "Senior A Sea of Clouds, you don't have to worry too much. Now most of the disciples of Fenglai are also in a weak state. Your previous battle has already agitated the demonic beasts in the 6th zone. In our current state, we can't deal with them alone. In this big hunting competition, Fenglai Academy is no longer able to fight for it. As for Divine Demon, with your current results, no one should be able to shake it. In that case, there's no need for our two academies to scheme against each other, right?" A Sea of Clouds nodded. "That's true." Li Wei continued, "This place is hidden and suitable for hiding, but it's not foolproof. However, if our two academies work together, even if we encounter a level 4 demonic beast, the students won't be in danger. If Senior A Sea of Clouds is willing to accept us to camp here, we will camp here and be responsible for guarding the west side. You can continue to rest there and be responsible for guarding the east entrance. What do you think, Senior A Sea of Clouds?" A Sea of Clouds frowned slightly. He looked back. At this moment, a voice came from behind. "If they want to stay, then let them stay." A Sea of Clouds nodded and turned to Li Wei. "Our dean has agreed to let you stay." Li Wei's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. "Their dean is also here. How strange. Logically speaking, the Demonic Academy should send out all their experts to hunt a level 4 demonic beast. However, a Sea of Clouds, including the old man standing beside a Sea of Clouds, who should be the famous Senior Etion, were still in excellent condition. However, in the current situation, it was a taboo to inquire about the other party's actual situation. Li Wei didn't ask any more questions. She thanked him and let the students set up camp 7 or 8 meters away from the demonic god camp. The students from both academies started to get busy again. However, although they were separated by a distance of 7 to 8 meters, the Divine Magic Academy had more wolves than meat. Most of them were male disciples, and Feng Lai was a uniform beauty. Moreover, they were from the 3 great races with the best appearance. Each and every one of them had outstanding grace. As a result, the disciples of the Divine Magic Academy were a little dishonest. "Senior sister, do you have smoked meat? Can you lend me some? I didn't bring enough." "Senior sister, the firewood over there seems to be drier. I'll pick some up. Don't hit me." "Aya, senior sister, are you also from the demon clan? Are you a fox demon? What a coincidence. I have a friend who's also a demon, but he's a bull demon." They were all geniuses indeed. So many people actually used different approaches to flirt. The 2 academies had agreed to stay out of each other's business, but not long after, the demarcation line existed in name only. The 2 academies kept borrowing things from each other. In the end, the teachers from both academies didn't seem to want to make a move, so they didn't bother. Rong'er directly ran in front of Yi Fan and stared at Yi Fan. "Hey, you're Yi Fan, right?" Yi Fan raised his head and looked at this woman in surprise. "Yes, why? I heard that you're the strongest disciple in your academy." "More or less." Yi Fan didn't hesitate at all. Chu Tian, who was passing by, snorted. "You're bragging to the heavens." After saying that, he continued to patrol as if nothing had happened. These seniors and juniors were all prideful to the bones. No matter what the test results were, no one really felt that they were inferior to anyone else. Rong'er didn't know the state of these seniors. In short, since Yi Fan said so, of course she wasn't convinced. "TCH, when your demonic academy opens its arena, do you dare to let me challenge your arena? You're talking about the academy's cross-competition. I don't care about that, but you'll have to ask our dean if we want to compete with your academy." "Don't worry, our dean has already spoken. As long as you dare to open it, you can just wait for your helpers to be taken by me." After saying that, Rong'er turned around and left smugly. Just as Rong'er left, Xiao Zhan, who had been hiding at the side, ran over and nudged Yi Fan. "This doesn't make sense. I'm obviously more handsome than you. Why didn't she look for me?" "Hey, junior brother, did you cause trouble again?" "Cause trouble? How could I cause trouble? She came over and said she wanted to compete with our academy." "Cross-competition? What's that?" Xiao Zhan was a pure newbie, so he wasn't too clear about this kind of competition. It's a competition between a few academies that have a good relationship with each other. Every once in a while, they will send disciples to other academies to participate in their arena. Their ranking is no different from that of their own academy's disciples. They will also be listed on the rankings and can receive resources. "Ah, there's such a good thing." Xiao Zhan was stunned. "Speaking of which, Feng Lai really wants to compete with our academy. Do they think they have too many resources? Who knows?" Yi Fan was also confused. Chapter 964. Lu Chen was still resting when a sea of clouds came over and said that Feng Lai's vice principal wanted to talk to him about the school exchange. "I don't think Feng Lai is from the Purple Sky Palace. Let her come over," Lu Chen said. A sea of clouds looked at the messy camp behind them. It seemed that if they wanted to fight, it would be difficult to assemble the team. It seemed that they were really not from the Purple Sky Palace. "Okay, I'll call her." Lu Chen asked Yi Tian strangely, "Old Yi, is that their principal? Why is she so young?" "Hey, she's a demon. One of the biggest advantages of demons is their long lifespan. Lu Chen sucked in a breath of air. No wonder. Speaking of which, on the path of cultivation, a long lifespan was indeed an advantage. The human race would have no chance if they didn't break through in a few decades, but the demon race could easily spend a few hundred years. Li Wei's age was probably not much younger than Yi Tian and the others. She looked about the same age as a little girl. Sure enough, humans were still weak. Not long after, a sea of clouds came over with Li Wei and two other women. Li Wei, this is our principal, Nameless. Lu Chen had already stood up, but he still looked very weak. Li Wei couldn't help but size up Lu Chen. It was rumored that Nameless had a broken arm and a crippled body, and his body was weak. Now it seemed that it was true, and he was even weaker than she had imagined. Especially his cultivation level. Among all the people who could hide their cultivation level, only this guy's cultivation level could be seen clearly. A star field great cultivator. Was the movement just now, and that overbearing heavenly might really caused by this guy? Li Wei also didn't expect that one day she would actually have to discuss things with a great cultivator. Lu Chen didn't care about Li Wei's gaze. After all, everyone would look at him like that, and he was used to it. He cupped his fists and smiled. Hello, President Li Wei. I'm Nameless. Li Wei returned the greeting. Nameless President, I've heard a lot about you. This is our academy's instructor Kai Yan, and this is my disciple Qing Lian. Greetings, Senior Nameless. Kai Yan and Qing Lian saluted. Qing Lian was a little reluctant to call him that, but before coming here, her master had instructed her to call him Senior. She didn't dare to disobey her master's orders. Lu Chen laughed. I wouldn't dare to call myself Senior. Just call me Nameless. Some of my students call me that too. Qing Lian was slightly surprised. This guy usually didn't put on any airs. Lu Yi brought over some tea. None of them were Virgos, so they sat down on the floor. Nameless President, it's like this. Our Fenglai Academy is mainly in the southeast region of Xinyuan continent. In this year's big hunting competition, we sent several teams to participate in the big hunting competition of the three major hunting grounds. The purpose is to let the students see the strength of the other academies. When we came here, we heard some rumors about your demonic academy. Lu Chen drank tea while listening to Li Wei. The most popular thing in the outside world is that your academy has a kind of testing space. We are also very interested in it. So, I think that if Nameless President agrees, you can have some exchanges with our Fenglai Academy. Although you have just been established not long ago, from the current situation of enrollment, you should be able to open the academy's arena very soon. If our two academies can reach an agreement on an exchange, we can send out disciples to learn from each other and participate in each other's competition. Lu Chen nodded. In fact, the arena could be opened when there were 200 people. When he came to participate in the big hunting competition, there were more than 190 people, so it could be opened soon. Yi Tian frowned and said, President Li Wei, forgive me for being blunt, but even if we want to open an arena, we can only open an arena for newcomers at present. Li Wei smiled slightly. Senior Yi Tian, of course, the students of our two academies must also be newcomers. Lu Chen felt a little strange. Could the arena also compete for resources? After thinking for a while, he probably guessed why. If he guessed correctly, it should be through the exchange of students to seize the rankings of other academies and snatch the ranking rewards distributed by the academies. But then again, was the Fenglai Academy really going to exchange students with their demonic academy? Did they have full confidence, or did they take a fancy to Lu Chen's creation space? In short, the Fenglai Academy seemed to be very interested in the demonic academy. Nameless President, there are exchanges between the major academies, which is of great help to the growth of students. The demonic academy has just been established, and it also needs to strengthen the relationship with other academies. If the nameless president is interested, we can also introduce them to other sacred academies. Tian opened his eyes wide and looked at Lu Chen, reminding him, exchanges between academies are really important. Not only can it allow students to get more diversified training, but it is also an important means to promote the reputation of the academy. Some powerful sacred academies will even send their students to other continents. Lu Chen's heart slightly stagnated. It seemed that this was also an important way to expand their influence to other continents. He didn't know whether Little Beast God and the others were in Xinyuan continent. If he wanted to find them, it was necessary to expand the reputation of the demonic academy. Although Feng Lai only said that he would introduce them to other academies, it was the first step for the demonic academy. Lu Chen was excited, but he didn't show it. He said calmly, I don't know if President Li Wei knows about the matter between us and the Purple Heaven Palace. Aren't you afraid of offending the Purple Heaven Palace by having an academic exchange with our demonic academy? Lu Chen came straight to the point. Unexpectedly, Li Wei just smiled and said, Nameless President, it seems that a straightforward person doesn't beat around the bush. Li Wei admires you for this. Since the nameless president doesn't like to beat around the bush, Li Wei will also be straightforward. I have heard a little about the conflict between your academy and the Purple Heaven Palace, but so what? With my understanding of them, they will definitely take action in a competition like the big hunting match. Although I didn't see anything, your demonic academy is still here unscathed. What does this mean? What's more, we only have exchanges with your academies. Is it possible that the Purple Heaven Palace will implicate all the academies that have contact with you? Moreover, others are afraid of the Purple Heaven Palace, but the Feng Lai Demonic Academy is not afraid of them. Lu Chen frowned slightly. Inadvertently, his eyes fell on Li Wei's furry ears. Why did he feel like he had found the same kind of old fox? Li Wei seemed to have noticed Lu Chen's gaze and blushed slightly. Nameless President, why do you keep staring at my ears? It's a little impolite. Lu Chen was shocked. Was there such a rule among the fox demons? His ears had been stared at by a group of people before. Speaking of which, when he still had a tail, he had been pulled by a group of people until he was almost bald. Tian hurriedly smiled awkwardly and said, I'm sorry, President Li Wei. Our president is also a newcomer. Many of the customary rules are not very clear. Sorry. As he spoke, he secretly nudged Lu Chen. Lu Chen hurriedly withdrew his gaze. Thinking about it carefully, the results of the Feng Lai Demonic Academy had always been in the top few. In fact, if it hadn't been for Lu Chen's prestige, no one could say that their ranking would not have been unable to compete for the top 3 until the last moment. It should be good to be able to exchange with the Feng Lai Demonic Academy. At least the students should be very motivated. President Li Wei, please advise me in the future, Lu Chen said with a smile. Chapter 965. In the last 2 days of the competition, the results of the top few academies didn't change at all. The broadcast repeated the same data several times. All the major academies hid in some hidden corners, waiting for the hunting competition to end. Until the morning of the last day. There are 60 minutes left in the hunting competition. All academies, please finish your current hunt as soon as possible and find a safe place. After 60 minutes, we will teleport everyone out of the Netherworld prison through the illusion map. Li Wei and a few other teachers of the Feng Lai Academy came over and congratulated Lu Chen. Congratulations to the Demonic Academy for taking first place in the hunting competition. Nameless Dean, I will visit you later and officially sign the exchange agreement. In addition, if the Nameless Dean is interested, we can recommend the Demonic Academy to other academies. Lu Chen smiled slightly. Thank you very much. We'll wait for your visit when we get back. In the camp, some students secretly exchanged private voice transmission talismans. Yi Fan was helping to tidy up the camp when Ronger ran over and stood beside Yi Fan with her hands on her hips. Chu Tian and Xiao Zhan shook their heads and went to the other side to do their work. Senior brother, tell me honestly. Am I more handsome than Yi Fan? Why does he attract so many girls? No one came looking for me. Xiao Zhan was depressed. Chu Tian looked at Xiao Zhan and thought for a while before saying, you are indeed more handsome, but Yi Fan is not bad either. Besides, junior brother lasted for more than 10 minutes in the testing space. He is the only one who lasted for more than 10 minutes. He is much more famous than you. I will go back and retest. I, Xiao Zhan, actually lost in love. It's hard to imagine. Don't say that. My previous female confidant could stack up from the first heaven to the sixth heaven. I was actually beaten by junior brother. Isn't the exchange coming soon? I must go to the Foam Lai Academy. The two senior brothers were tidying up the camp because of jealousy. Yi Fan turned around and saw Romer. What are you doing? Hey, Yi Fan. Are you coming to our Foam Lai Academy or should I go to your Demon God Academy? Yi Fan frowned slightly. The dean probably won't let me run around. Alright, then wait in the academy for me to slaughter the leaderboards. You want to slaughter our Fiend God ranking? This, you might be thinking too much, right? TSK, since we dare to compete with you, don't tell me we don't have any confidence. Before I get here, you better not die in the hands of the Purple Heaven Palace. You must be defeated by me with my own hands. After saying this, Romer arrogantly ran away. Yi Fan looked at the white figure disappearing into the distance and shook his head with a smile. This girl probably hasn't been beaten up by society yet. An hour later, two teleportation black holes appeared in front of the Divine Devil Academy and Foam Lai Academy's campsite. The two academies stepped into the black holes. The members of the Demonic Academy appeared in the preparation area. At this time, the other disciples were already waiting there. Dean! Dean! You're back! Saiji and Lan Ji hurriedly greeted them. Lu Chen nodded. He saw that Saiji and Lan Ji's expressions were strange, so he immediately asked them to go to the side. Have you done what I asked you to do? The two nodded. According to the dean's orders, we secretly monitored several academies and recorded all the interactions with the Purple Heaven Palace. There are 7 academies in total. One of them is the North Pole Academy, and there are 6 others. However, we didn't see anyone from the Purple Heaven Palace at the sky map. I don't know if it's an oversight. Lu Chen frowned. Maybe the people at the sky map didn't lie to me. This might be Xuandao's own action and not the dean's plan. We'll observe in the future. I'll talk to these 7 academies in the future. Dean, it's good that you led the team into the 6th district. If you stopped in the 7th or 8th district, many academies would besiege you, and you would be in danger. Saiji still felt a lingering fear. It seemed that the dean's strategy was very aggressive, but now that he thought about it, if the dean hadn't made such a decision, perhaps the Demonic Academy would have been finished. By the way, Dean, several academies were preparing to block us at the periphery of the competition area, but then they seemed to have dispersed. Saiji reported the most important information. We speculate that there are 2 possibilities. One is that they are afraid of your strength, and the other is that the Purple Heaven Palace asked them to stop temporarily. Lu Chen snorted. No matter what the reason is, I'll remember this. By the way, how are the people of the Heavenly Music School? Did you make things difficult for them when they were held hostage? No, we didn't make things difficult for them. We just tied them up. We've released their people before, and they seem to have not made trouble for us. Lu Chen smiled. The Heavenly Music School didn't want to get involved in this mess, so they turned a blind eye and pretended that nothing had happened. In any case, things went smoothly. Not only did they win the big hunting competition, but they also killed the henchmen of the Purple Heaven Palace and found out the inside information of the Purple Heaven Palace. This operation was absolutely perfect. Later, the Heavenly Music School announced the results of the big hunting competition in the Netherworld prison area. The Demonic Academy won the championship with a 4th-level mid-level beast pill. Donglin and Huangji were ranked 2nd and 3rd respectively, while Fenglai was ranked 4th, which was a good result. Lu Chen was overjoyed by the champion's reward. It was 2 top-grade spiritual source magic treasures, which were natural spiritual sources that had been nurtured for thousands of years. The endurance of this kind of spiritual source magic treasure was far beyond that of beast pills. Moreover, it had a rich reserve of spiritual power. Even the Saint Academies coveted it. With these 2 spiritual source magic treasures, the concentration of spiritual qi in the secondary spiritual meridian of the Demonic Academy could be ranked at least in the top 30 of the Xinyuan continent. Together with more than 500 beast pills, the secondary spiritual meridian was equivalent to the main spiritual meridian of the 2nd or 3rd level Saint Academies. After all, it was a competition that could attract all the Saint Academies to participate. If the prizes were not good, the Saint Academies would not come. Ha ha ha, old C, now our spiritual meridian can be used for a while. Lu Chen put away the spiritual source magic treasures and was in a good mood. Nameless, I haven't seen you smile so happily for a long time. A sea of clouds also breathed a long sigh of relief. There was no better ending to this big hunting competition than now. The competition was over. Some were happy and some were sad. The Demonic Academy was also ready to leave. Just as Lu Chen turned around and was about to leave, several staff members of the Heavenly Music School flew to the Demonic Academy and landed behind Lu Chen. Nameless Dean, please wait. Lu Chen looked back in surprise and frowned slightly when he saw that they were from the Heavenly Music School. Don't tell me he's here to settle the score. Is there anything else? Lu Chen said calmly. The leader was a woman in white. She was wearing a work suit, but she had a different charm. She smiled and walked to Lu Chen. Nameless Dean, I am Qingying, the leader of the Heavenly Music School and the Qinglu Pavilion. Congratulations to the Demonic Academy for winning the championship. Nameless Dean's sword move was really amazing. Lu Chen only thought that since the other party did not mention the kidnapping, he would not take the initiative to mention it. Thank you, Leader Qingying, you flatter me. Nameless Dean, if you don't mind, I would like to visit the Demonic Academy in a few days. I wonder if you are free. Lu Chen could not figure out what this woman wanted to do for the time being. He smiled and said, I am usually in the academy. Well, then I won't delay you here. 3 days later, Qingying will visit you again. At that time, I will give the Demonic Academy a big gift. Lu Chen frowned. A big gift? What kind of gift? Before Lu Chen could react, Qingying had already left with the people of the Qinglu Pavilion. Looking at the other party's back, Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed that the situation was getting more and more complicated. Chapter 966. After returning to the Demonic Academy, Lu Chen and a sea of clouds immediately went to the secondary spirit vein and placed more than 500 beast cores and 2 spirit source magic treasures into the spirit vein. When the last spirit source magic treasure was placed into the spirit vein, the array was immediately activated. An unending stream of spirit qi slowly flowed out from the beast cores. The 2 spirit source magic treasures provided more than half of the spirit qi. That's great. A sea of clouds' eyes were somewhat moist. Their Demonic Academy finally had a decent spirit vein. At least those brats won't lose to others in terms of spirit veins. Lu Chen patted a sea of clouds' shoulder. Old sea, this is just a transitional period. Sooner or later, I will find that thing in the main spirit vein. Nameless, I believe in you. The spirit vein operated normally, and the Demonic Academy also began to enter a more stable stage of development. Gray Crow and the others still brought some disciples to recruit students every day, and the teachers in the academy were busy preparing to start the classes. As an academy, even if the students were to learn from a certain teacher, they didn't have to be apprenticed. However, in the minds of many people, imparting knowledge was the teacher. Therefore, Gray Crow and the others would address a sea of clouds as Martial Uncle. In many academies, there were more students who called him teacher than teacher or teacher. It was because of this special teacher and disciple relationship that the teachers were usually very conscientious. Before the classes were started, the teachers coordinated the time of each other's classes. Among them, the one that everyone discussed the most was Tian's class. Although Tian had never been a dean, his cultivation level was very high, and his time as a teacher was longer than a sea of clouds. Listening to his classes would often enlighten the disciples, and many experts had listened to his classes before. In Xinyuan continent, Tian was also one of the top teachers. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Tian's classes were definitely hard to come by. This time at the Demonic Academy, Tian changed his style and taught 5 classes a week. The others followed Tian's schedule and assigned their own classes. These people were all experienced teachers, so they were not afraid that Tian would steal their limelight. Alright, the general arrangements have been made. A sea of clouds organized the courses of several tutors. Currently, there are only a few tutors in the Demonic Academy. Everyone, work a little harder and hold a few more classes. As for the academy points, it won't be too high. Long Xiang smiled and said, "Old Hai, these kids are all newcomers. How many points can they have? We'll just take a few as a token. The key is that we hope they can contribute to the academy and earn more points." A sea of clouds nodded. Everyone was planning to retire, so why would they care about points? Oh right, I was wondering why I felt that something was missing. Lan Ji suddenly said, "Didn't the dean teach?" Oh right. A sea of clouds slapped his forehead. He had forgotten about this. Wait, let me ask him. Not long after, a sea of clouds came to Lu Chen's residence. "Nameless, I'll arrange 1 class a month for you. What do you think?" Lu Chen was dumbfounded. "What class?" "You're the dean. Although you don't have to hold classes every week, you can't really be an absentee dean. You have to hold classes too." Ah. This. Doesn't a dean only need to manage the academy? Who told you that? Every dean has to hold classes. I used to hold 1 class a week. As for you, I know you're lazy. Arranging 1 class a month for you is already too little. This. I'm a grand cultivator. It's not appropriate for me to hold classes for Theo the Great. What's not appropriate about it? You're a grand cultivator. Aren't you the dean? Why are you afraid of this? Lu Chen was speechless. He didn't want to be the dean either. Wouldn't that be like being cheated by the mountain people? Old Hai, you see, although we don't have many instructors, they cover the 9 major professions and 18 branches. As for me, actually, I don't have any profession that I'm particularly good at. Lu Chen tried to reason with him. Speaking of professions, what's your profession again? Lu Chen found that he had dug a hole for himself. What was his profession? Was being a knoll a profession? Professions aren't important. Old C, how about this? I really can't hold classes. I can teach once or twice, but if you want me to hold classes regularly, I can't. Lu Chen was also telling the truth. Is that so? But even if you don't hold classes normally, the arena should be open today. After that, the 10 great demonic halls will be officially opened. The demonic halls are different from those scattered demonic halls. The opening of the 10 great demonic halls of every academy is an extremely important matter. Among the 10 great demonic halls, the 9 great demonic halls correspond to the 9 major professions. Us old guys can handle these, but the 10 great demonic halls must be taught by the dean. When the 10 great demonic halls are opened, not only will people from other academies come, people from Zhongxiangu will also come to listen to the classes. They will also have to do the oral defense. I can't help you get away with this. According to the current enrollment rate, it'll probably be done in 2 or 3 days. We have to start preparing in these few days. Lu Chen frowned. What? There's such a thing. Wait a minute, Li Wei and that Qingying both said that they would come to visit the demonic academy in 3 days. Could it be that they chose this date because they had already calculated that they would be opening the 10 great demonic halls? A sea of clouds had already helped a lot, so there was no need for Lu Chen to teach normally. Furthermore, the opening of the 10 great demonic halls was a major matter for the academy. Lu Chen had no reason to refuse. Alright, then when the 10 great demonic halls are opened, I will hold a class. Oh right, old C, what do you want to talk about? The 9 great demonic halls correspond to the 9 major professions. You guys have already talked about it, so what should I talk about for the 10 great demonic halls? That's up to you. Speaking of which, it's a coincidence that the 10 great demonic halls are called nameless halls, the same as your name. Nameless means that there are no rigid requirements. I have participated in the opening of the 10 great demonic halls in many new branches. Many of them would choose to talk about their own major professions. After all, the people from Zhongxiangu will ask questions. Those people are all super strong. If you talk about unorthodox things in front of them, you will be easily stumped. It's better to talk about what you are good at. Lu Chen almost collapsed. His own major professions. That means he doesn't have any major professions. This time, Lu Chen rarely hoped that they would slow down the enrollment process, so that he could prepare more. Anyway, you should prepare. At this moment, a sea of clouds suddenly stopped, and then took out the voice-transmitting talisman strangely. Gray Crow's surprised voice came from the voice-transmitting talisman. Uncle, quickly tell the dean that we have recruited a lot of new people today. Damn, it seems that the big hunting match has made our academy more famous. Black Armor King's excited voice came from the side. When the voice-transmitting talisman was being recorded, he seemed to have snatched it away. Uncle, guess how many geniuses we have recruited today? TSK, TSK, TSK. I don't even know where they came from. 31. A lot of people came from faraway places. That's awesome. On the side, Lu Chen almost spat out blood. These two fellows were indeed pig-like teammates. At this speed, he was afraid that they would start the arena today, open the 10 great demonic halls tomorrow, and give lectures the day after tomorrow. The other academies are coming. Zhongxiangu is coming too. Lu Chen held his forehead, distressed about the upcoming public lectures. Chapter 967. Gray Crow, Mysterious Armor King, and the others brought back 41 new students. After returning to the academy, they even ran to Lu Chen to ask for credit. Seeing Gray Crow jumping around in front of him, Lu Chen suppressed his urge to do something. On the same day, the Demonic Academy removed the seal on the arena. A sea of clouds and the others began to organize the students to repair the arena, improve the rules, and activate the academy rankings. Lu Chen was still preparing for his lessons. Early the next morning, Gray Crow took a group of students who had nothing to do and ran to enroll students in high spirits. Lu Chen couldn't stop them. I want to recruit 100 people today. Gray Crow shouted as he left. Dean, you don't look too good. A sea of clouds asked the pale Lu Chen with concern. I'm fine. I'm just tired. Huh, you're the dean. You're always worried. It's good that you're fine. I won't disturb you from preparing for your lessons. Prepare well. The 10th hall will depend on you. I'll go take a look at the arena. Old C, cough cough. Do you still have the materials from before? What about the other instructors? There should be some left, right? Nameless. Don't forget that the people I found for you are all elites in the industry. Do we need that? What a joke. Alright, I'll go back to work. As the instructors were too outstanding, they taught without a script. His plan to copy homework fell through again. Everyone left. Lu Chen stood in the wind with a hopeless expression. Why do I feel like they're ganging up on me? Lu Chen shook his head and returned to his room helplessly. Forget it. I'll teach them. But what should I teach? At noon that day, Lu Chen received a message in his Dean panel. Congratulations to the Demonic Academy for its steady development. Zhongxian Gu will send people to the Demonic Academy tomorrow to participate in the opening ceremony of the 10th hall. Lu Chen frowned. They hadn't even reached the number of people to open the 10 halls yet, but Zhongxian Gu had already said that they would be coming tomorrow. Not only that, but the disciples who were in charge of guarding the gate also reported again and again that a certain academy had sent someone to submit an application to participate in the opening ceremony of the 10 halls of the Demonic Academy tomorrow. Looking at the thick stack of applications on the table, Lu Chen was speechless. He couldn't wait to call Grey Crow back and suspend the recruitment. However, reason still prevailed over impulse. Since the 10 great halls were going to be opened sooner or later, the earlier the better. Now, the name of the Demonic Academy had even changed many of the top sacred academies. Their testing space had become a standard for newcomers to test their strength. At the same time, during the big hunting competition, the nameless sword of the Dean had pushed the Demonic Academy to the teeth of the storm. As expected, Grey Crow was very supportive and recruited nearly 40 newcomers. Recently, the recruitment had been particularly hot. Newcomers from all regions were running here. On the same day, in a sea of clouds, Yi Tian and the others led the disciples to rush into the 10 great halls. They were full of energy to clean the 10 great halls. Everyone, hurry up. Tomorrow, people from Zhongxian Gu and the other academies will be coming. At that time, everyone will be sitting on the floor. You guys take a cloth and wipe the floor clean. Make sure it's spotless. Yi Fan, take a few people to clean the sacred statues of the 9 professions. Be careful, don't break them. In each of the 9 halls, there were holy statues of their respective occupations. For example, the sword manipulator was a human holding a sword with his fingers and 3 long swords hanging beside him. The puppet manipulator was a female demon. Her figure was agile, and she was holding 10 silk threads. The other end of the silk threads was connected to a wooden puppet, and so on. Old Hai, are these sacred statues real people, or are they just a symbol? Lu Chen asked curiously. I can't say for sure. It's probably a symbol. However, there's also a saying that when someone reaches the peak of a certain profession, all the sacred statues in the academy will transform into that person's appearance. However, it seems to be just a legend. Anyway, I've never seen such a situation. Lu Chen nodded. So these sacred statues were more of a symbol. The next morning, the Demonic Academy suspended enrollment. From the mountain gate to the top of the mountain, 70 disciples were distributed along the way to guide the guests who came to the Demonic Academy. The other disciples were lined up in the martial arts arena, ready for battle. Lu Chen stood on the martial arts arena and inadvertently glanced back. He couldn't help but sigh. The former site of the Sacred Academy of Wu Nian, which was dilapidated and full of trash, was now very different. In less than a month, the Demonic Academy had expanded from Lu Chen's lone commander to more than 270 people, including instructors and students. The buildings had changed from a few teaching pavilions and a few small courtyards for students to more than a dozen teaching pavilions, a few meditation pavilions, for areas for instructors and students to live in, secondary spirit veins, scripture pavilion, arena, dining hall, Academy Warehouse, Academy Points Exchange Office, 10 major teaching halls, Mountain Protection Array. Only one of the important sealed areas could be unlocked at a time. However, some of the other basic buildings, such as the warehouse, dining hall, and dormitory, could be unlocked at a time. This made the demonic academy look like it was on a small scale now. It looks like it's starting to look like something, a sea of clouds said with a smile. Lu Chen smiled slightly. Yes. Today, the people who came to the demonic academy to participate in the opening of the teaching hall were already waiting in front of the mountain gate. As soon as the mountain gate opened, the crowd rushed in. I didn't expect Nameless to really reopen the sacred academy of Wunyan. Their enrollment is very aggressive now. Those geniuses with good qualifications are all squeezing in here. The quality of our students during this period of time is much worse than before. Our area is so far away from your area, but we've been affected. I'd like to see if the demonic academy has real talent. At this time, the disciple in charge of receiving people at the mountain gate saw 5 beautiful women coming in and immediately said to his companion, "They're from the Foam Lai Academy." These 5 women had obviously been carefully dressed. In this kind of formal occasion, there was no need to fight and kill. The clothes they wore could be more exquisite. Wow, their dean is even more beautiful than in the fantasy map. Shoo! Pay attention to your image. We're now representing the demonic academy. Got it. I'm just saying. The 2 quickly corrected their attitudes. Li Wei brought Qinglian, Kai Yan, and 2 other disciples into the demonic academy. Li Wei, there's actually nothing interesting to see in the lectures of the 9 halls. Those instructors are all experienced and familiar with the process. There shouldn't be any problems. I'm especially looking forward to what Nameless will say, Kai Yan said. Qinglian smiled. It was just that this small action attracted who knows how many sidelong glances. Qinglian seemed to be used to the gazes of the men around her. She didn't care and continued to say to her companion, "I think it's funny when I think of his level. He's a star-field grand cultivator. It's okay if he's a grand cultivator, but he's a wild one. That means he didn't belong to any sect before. What do you think such a person can say?" Even though the 4 beside her were all stunning beauties, the most eye-catching one was still Li Wei. Today, she was wearing a white floral dress. Together with her flawless appearance, she looked like a fairy who was untainted by even a speck of dust. Li Wei said indifferently, "Qinglian, don't underestimate Nameless. Although we didn't see his sword at that time, we've heard from others that he killed Dao Seeking, Changhong, a rank 4 intermediate corpse king with 1 sword. To be honest, I'm really looking forward to his class." Chapter 968. Not long after, a white mystic bird flew across the sky. Then, 3 people jumped down from the back of the mystic bird. The 2 students looked at this scene in shock. Jumping down from such a height. Won't they die from the fall? It turned out that the students' worries were unnecessary. Before the 3 of them landed, they released a burst of spirit energy and quickly slowed down. Then, they landed steadily on the ground. Among the 3, there were 2 men and 1 woman. They all looked like humans. The 2 men were around 40 years old and the woman looked around 20 years old. However, her expression was calm, unlike the frivolous look of a 20-year-old youngster. At the 6th celestial layer, it was getting harder and harder to judge the actual age of others. The 3 of them had an extraordinary aura. After landing, some of the elders around them hurriedly bowed. Greetings to Lord Yi, Mi Gong, and Fairy Leng. The other juniors lowered their heads, not daring to raise them. The leading man, Lord Yi, said indifferently, "Today is the opening day of the Demonic Academy's 10 great halls. There is no need to be formal." After saying that, he walked into the Demonic Academy with his companions. Just receiving the guests took a few hours. Lu Chen roughly estimated that there were at least 1,000 people in the outer court. At this time, Lu Chen was also very busy. As the dean, no matter what, he had to exchange a few words with the guests. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was the most important guest usher. Fortunately, there was a sea of clouds and Yi Tian by his side. The two of them were experienced and knew many people. With their referrals, Lu Chen did not have to spend too much effort. Nameless Dean, congratulations. Li Wei stood in front of Lu Chen and smiled. Your arena is already built. After the 10 Great Halls lecture, we can discuss the matters of the Academy's exchange. Lu Chen turned around and saw a beautiful woman. After a while, he recognized her. This woman was very different from the last time he saw her. Today, she looked gentle and quiet. It was a completely different style from the heroic spirit she had before. Dean Li Wei, welcome. I wonder what class the nameless dean will be teaching today. Is it sword riding? Qinglian asked curiously. It's almost time for the hall to open. You'll know when the time comes. Li Wei smiled. Then we shall wait and see. While speaking, Kai Yan quietly pulled Li Wei's sleeve. Zhongxian Ji's people are here. Everyone looked behind them and saw Zhongxian Gu and the other two wandering around the martial arts practice field. They didn't come over to greet them and just looked around. Lu Chen looked up at the three people in surprise. These three people were from Zhongxian Gu. Why is it these three people? Li Wei frowned slightly, but she seemed to feel that she had misspoken. She said goodbye to Lu Chen and said goodbye to him for the time being. This woman didn't say what she wanted to say. Lu Chen had a bad premonition. A sea of clouds walked up and saw Zhongxian Gu and the other two people. He immediately frowned. Lord Yi, Mi Gong, and Ling Xianzi. Why did Zhongxian Gu let these three people come? Lu Chen hurriedly asked, what's wrong with these three people? Yi Tian also walked up. These three people's strength is unfathomable. Ordinary classes won't even enter their eyes. Moreover, they are extremely strict. Sometimes, they can ask a question that can make the lecturer speechless. Nameless, almost everyone is here. Let me take a look at the class I prepared, I also need to perfect it. Oh, Nameless, it's almost time. I've already asked the disciples to bring them to the 10 halls. Fortunately, the first class is Long Xiang's. A sea of clouds and Yi Tian both ran away. Lu Chen's face was full of shock. These two experienced old fellows were actually nervous. What should he do? Fortunately, the class he was going to teach today was what he was best at. Even Zhongxian Gu wouldn't be able to find fault with it. With this thought, Lu Chen was slightly relieved. Together with the disciples, he led the guests to the 10 halls. At noon, the first class of the Flying Dragon Special Forces started. Long Xiang was a beast tamer and spirit tamer. The first hall was about beast tamers. He started with rare battle pets and focused on how to capture battle pets in the 6th heaven. Everyone has just come from the 5th heaven. Many of you will find that after the battle soul of the 5th heaven is activated, the strength of beast tamers and puppeteers is greatly weakened. Others can still fight with their own bodies. However, these two professions mainly rely on their battle pets and puppets. They can only unleash the full strength of their battle pets when their battle pets and puppets become one. Naturally, their strength is limited. This statement is reasonable, but it's not absolute. As long as you can achieve a perfect resonance between your battle pets and your battle pets, the strength of the beast tamers and puppets will not be weakened. On the contrary, they will become stronger. Everyone has found that there are many powerful battle pets in the 6th heaven. Theoretically, they can all be captured. Of course, this is just a theory. After all, high-level beasts have spiritual intelligence. No matter how high or low they will not be willing to become battle pets. Therefore, when beast tamers capture battle pets in the sixth heaven, they must raise them from cubs and let them grow. In this class, I will mainly talk about 2 points. The first is the technique of capturing battle pets in the sixth heaven. The second is the resonance between battle pets and battle pets in the sixth heaven. Long Xiang was also an experienced teacher. Although he seemed to be a little nervous, he was still able to talk non-stop. The things he taught were still very attractive to sixth heaven newcomers. Among them, there were some practical tricks and some unique insights. The students listened very seriously, and even Lu Chen nodded his head frequently. In fact, for Lu Chen, this was the first time he had heard this. He listened more seriously than the students. Long Xiang is still a veteran. The content is detailed and step by step. He also has his own ideas on the use of resonance. This class is very good. After all, it's the opening of the 10 great halls. He must have dug out all his trump cards. Many people looked at Zhongxian Gu and the other two. The three of them sat there without speaking. During this time, Mi Gong actually nodded slightly, expressing his approval of Long Xiang's method of training battle pet resonance. This was very rare. If nothing unexpected happened, there should be no problems with Long Xiang's first class. Next was Yi Tian's lecture in the Hall of Healing. Yi Tian's lecture was even more profound and easy to understand. His unique insights were endless, especially regarding the medicine master's triple cultivation of medicine, poison, and venomous insects. He gave many practical suggestions, as expected of Yi Tian. I wanted to pull him into our sacred court in the beginning. What a pity. I didn't expect that after being a teacher for so many years, he still has so much knowledge. In the field of teachers, Yi Tian is indeed top-notch. This class was greeted with several cheers. Many students listened with rapt attention. It was obvious that they had benefited greatly. A sea of clouds really wasn't bragging. After that, Lan Ji's prophet, the martial artist of the thousand stone bow, Saiji's martial monk, and a sea of clouds' talisman formation were all very interesting. With their excellent performances before, they were left to talk about explosives, sword spirits, and puppets. Although there aren't many teachers in the divine and infernal realms, all of them are elites. Their teaching techniques and content are impeccable. With this kind of standard, we would like to have some exchange activities with them. Lord Yi and the others don't seem to have any problems. That's rare. The last hall was called the Nameless Hall. The purpose of this hall was that there were no restrictions on classes. According to tradition, the last and 10th hall would be personally taught by the deans of each academy. The teachers of the demonic academy, the students, the outer court guests, and the 3 immortal masters of Zhongxian Gu all entered the spacious Nameless Hall. Everyone was now 120% focused. This class would be taught by the Dean of the Demonic Academy, the Nameless Hall. Chapter 969. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Lu Chen walked up calmly. Lu Chen did not want to give a lecture. However, he did not have stage fright when he went up on stage. After all, he had seen a lot of situations that were much bigger than this. Because there was no rumor about this lecture before, and John Doe himself was full of contradictions, the people present, whether they were the proud sons of heaven, the deans and mentors of the major academies, or the immortal masters of the immortal pavilion, were all anxiously waiting for Lu Chen to speak. Finally, Lu Chen spoke. Lu Chen said seriously, since this is the 10th hall, I'll talk about the integration of the 9 professions in actual combat. As soon as Lu Chen started speaking, someone immediately raised an objection. The person who spoke was one of the 3 celestial masters of Zhongxian Gu, Cold Fairy. Nameless Director, if I'm not mistaken, you're going to talk about the integration of the 9 professions? May I ask if you're going to talk about group combat? Cold Fairy stood up. Nameless Director, I think you're mistaken about one thing. The purpose of a lecture is to improve the student's individual abilities. None of us can guarantee that we'll have a team around us when we're in danger. Even if we have a few people with us, there's no guarantee that we'll be able to gather all 9 professions. Even if it's a group combat, we'll have to understand our own professions first. Only then can we. Before Cold Fairy could finish, Lu Chen said directly, "You, please sit down first." The air suddenly froze. Cold Fairy was still explaining her point of view when Lu Chen asked her to sit down. A sea of clouds was sweating profusely. That was Zhongxian Ji's Cold Fairy. Nameless was talking to her like that? Cold Fairy could not believe her own ears. She glared at Lu Chen. If this was not the Nameless hall of the Demonic Academy, she would have rushed up to him. "Nameless. Do you know who I am?" Cold Fairy narrowed her eyes and asked coldly. Lu Chen snorted. "I don't care who you are. First of all, when I'm talking, I don't like to be interrupted so rudely. This is my class. Also, are you sure you understand what I'm saying? Who told you I was going to talk about team battles? You didn't even listen to me and you're already spouting nonsense. Do you know that you're wasting my time?" Xiao Zhan nudged Yi Fan. "The dean is indeed the dean. You even dare to scold the people of Zhongxiangu." Yi Fan nodded. "The dean may seem low-key, but he's actually not a good person." In a corner, Qinglian widened her eyes and said to Li Wei, "Oh my god, Nameless is really a lunatic." She even scolded Fairy Lang. Li Wei frowned slightly. This guy really left a deep impression. Cold Fairy was stunned by Lu Chen's words. She had participated in countless classes, but no one had ever dared to speak to her like that. At the side, Lord Yi smiled slightly. He gestured for Cold Fairy to sit down first and said, "Dean Nameless, can I interpret what you said just now as you're going to fuse the 9 professions into one person?" "That's great. I'd like to hear how Nameless is going to fuse the 9 professions into one person in actual combat." Lord Yi deliberately emphasized the word "one person." He wanted to see how Lu Chen would make a fool of himself. Lu Chen shook his head. He had chosen this topic too hastily. He had no choice. This was the 10th palace. No matter what, he had to talk about something with some technical content. He couldn't possibly learn how to fish and cook at the same time. He could only continue with his lecture. Lu Chen ignored the people from Zhongxiangu and continued with his lecture. The 9 professions each have their own strengths. There are also many people who dual cultivate or even triple cultivate. Indeed, many skills have attribute requirements. Different professions have different attributes, so there are indeed barriers. However, many immortal cultivators often say what they major in and what they minor in. Why are there differences between major and minor? Why are major and minor skills stronger than minor skills of the same level? Lu Chen looked below the stage. Everyone seemed to be anxiously waiting for him to continue. No matter which profession, the release of which skill is inseparable from one thing. That is spirit energy. The 9 professions can be simply divided into 3 types according to the use of spirit energy. I've consulted a few instructors in the academy before. They said that there is no such division at the moment. Therefore, I'll call these 3 types of spirit energy, protective spirit energy, adhering spirit energy, and drawing spirit energy. According to Lu Chen's division, the so-called protective spirit energy was the use of spirit energy to strengthen the physical body. It was mostly used for close-range attacks and defense. Adhering spirit energy was the skill of long-range professions such as archers and explosives experts. On the other hand, spirit chi manipulation relied on visible or invisible spirit chi to trigger a series of changes in attacks. The most obvious one was a puppet master. However, most of the skills of talisman masters, beast tamers, and elemental mages were also included in this category. As soon as this point was put forward, there was a commotion in the Nameless Hall. Dividing the 9 professions into 3 categories is unprecedented, isn't it? Actually, what the nameless dean said seems to make some sense. I major in close-range combat. In fact, I use spirit energy to wrap my body in close-range combat to strengthen the physical body. It's the same for both attack and defense. I'm a divine archer and spiritual explosion expert. The specialty of our skills is that we use spirit energy in our skills, so the damage of our skills is far greater than normal. Drawing spirit energy was the most widely used skill. By using one's own spirit energy to connect with puppets and battle pets, or by using a very small amount of spirit energy to trigger an explosion of natural spirit energy. Many people of the corresponding professions resonated. Yi Fan, Xiao Zhan, Chu Tian, and the other disciples of the demonic academy suddenly became extremely focused. Dividing the skills of the 9 professions into 3 types of spirit energy usage. Just by doing this, the battle seems to be much simpler. I've experienced many battles. Thinking about it carefully, this is indeed the case. The dean seems to be talking about the most fundamental things. No, where's my notebook? I have to write it down. Even the 3 master celestials of Zhongxian Gu, who had questioned Lu Chen's words earlier, were frowning as they carefully recalled the content of Lu Chen's speech. I've never heard of such a division before. How did he come up with it? Mi Gong shook his head. Most people who dual cultivate, triple cultivate, or even quadruple cultivate wouldn't dare to say that they have some understanding of all the professions. The most important thing is that many people are able to perceive the characteristics of their own spirit energy circulation by using skills over many years. If they have just learned a skill, even if they have mastered spirit energy refinement, they won't be able to perceive the flow of spirit energy in their body in detail. Lord Yi suddenly said, if it's spirit energy refinement in an état state, it can achieve the effect of introspection. Wait, could it be that he has mastered these 2 states at the same time? The audience was too noisy, so Lu Chen had no choice but to raise his voice. He continued, simplifying complicated things makes things much easier. In other words, as long as you have mastered these 3 types of spirit energy usage, any profession's skill, as long as you have a skill book, will not be difficult to use. Just as Lu Chen opened his mouth, the audience exploded again. The 9 professions are divided into 3 types. He found a common point between the professions. This is too exaggerated. Then, according to this theory, as long as it's a spirit energy protection type skill, I can use the same type of skill regardless of profession. Then, doesn't that mean I can practice several professions? Chapter 970. The 9 major professions were reclassified by Lu Chen, and there were only 3. Proficiency in one type meant proficiency in 3 types. Only fools wouldn't listen to this kind of class. Lu Chen had experienced countless battles. Because he didn't have a main profession at all, he used the skills of each profession in turn, whichever skill was suitable for him. However, other people weren't like this. Even if there were some cultivators who practiced multiple professions, they often only practiced dual or triple professions, and their primary and secondary professions were distinct. There weren't many people who could use their secondary professions as strong as their main professions. Especially for professions with huge differences, their secondary professions were often more like backup skills, unable to reach the same level as their main professions. Lu Chen also thought about this question. Apart from attribute restrictions, what exactly restricted people from practicing multiple professions? It was still that sentence that allowed Lu Chen to find the answer. Everything in the world had spiritual energy, especially after mastering spiritual energy refinement and an état state, as well as constantly practicing formless and refining skills to every detail. Lu Chen gradually found the differences between the use of the 9 major profession skills. It was precisely because of such a complicated process that so far, no one dared to classify the 9 major professions in this way. Originally, this was just a problem that Lu Chen occasionally discovered, and it wasn't very useful to him. As a result, he had no choice but to make it the topic of this class. During the class, Lu Chen explained in detail the characteristics of the spiritual energy circulation of each major profession, and then compared it with the skills of similar professions, and even made a simple demonstration. The audience was almost silent. Whether it was the dean or Master Celestial Zhongxin Gu, they were all listening very attentively without realizing it. It turns out to be like this. No wonder when I dual practice close combat and long range, there is a stagnation in my body every time I switch. It seems that for a moment, there is a problem with the control of spiritual energy. It turns out that it's because the way of spiritual energy circulation has changed. Professions with the same type of spiritual energy usage can be seamlessly linked. This is too strong. Hiss. When I switch skills, it's not so smooth. Between masters, a hair's breadth can determine victory or defeat. Even such a momentary gap may determine victory or defeat. This class is too important. Damn, this has completely overturned my understanding of the 9 major professions. Tian looked at a sea of clouds in shock. When did the dean prepare the lesson? He didn't even know about the 10 great halls a few days ago, and he's already prepared such a terrifying lesson today. A sea of clouds was listening to the class attentively. Don't talk to me, I'm listening. These nameless examples are just right for a few of my classes. Tian's eyes widened. Was a sea of clouds possessed? For some reason, the 2-hour class passed in a flash. Alright, this class will end here. Also, I would like to add one more thing. The 3 major categories just now were just randomly assigned by me. You don't have to memorize them by rote. Also, these are only categorized according to the way of spiritual energy circulation. If there's a chance, I'll tell you about the other categories. For example, in the use of spiritual energy explosion, many people don't care about the skill after using it. In fact, if you control it more and concentrate the explosion on a large area of some key points, it can also produce a large area of damage effect. Moreover, the power of the spiritual energy explosion will be more concentrated, and the effect will be better. The group of people widened their eyes. The dean had a secret weapon. Damn, an area of effect skill can be used like this? It can't be. Dean, don't go. Teach a little more. Just a little more, Dean. Nameless Dean, you haven't finished teaching just now. You can't stop halfway through the lesson. We won't have the chance to listen next time. You're being inhumane. Damn it, I'm really anxious to death. Somewhere in the classroom, Qingying's brows were tightly knitted. The 2 assistant pavilion masters that she brought were holding notes and exchanging their learning experiences. That's not right, they were here to look for Nameless, not to listen to the lesson, all right. Li Wei's eyes followed the back of the person on the stage as he walked down the stage. When she saw that he really walked down the stage, her eyes were filled with disappointment. Before they came, they thought that this Nameless Star-Field great demonic master wouldn't be able to teach anything. In the end, they were like students thirsting for knowledge, hoping that the instructor would drag on the lesson. This is too much. He directly came up with a new theory. Qinglian looked at her own notes and compared it with the other 2 instructors. Is this enough to be taught to the students? Li Wei saw that Lu Chen had walked down the stage and came back to her senses. When she heard Qinglian's words, she shook her head helplessly. Don't waste your energy. We only know half of it. How can we teach it to the students? I reckon that only the students of the Demonic Academy will have the chance to listen to the second half of the lesson, and the ingenious use of spiritual power. The example he gave immediately piqued my interest. I want to listen too. This Nameless is too much. He's not going to talk about it, so why did he have to keep us in suspense? Kai Yan's eyes were filled with resentment. I hate him. The students of the Demonic Academy were fine. After all, it was a lesson taught by their own dean. The other deans and instructors who came to listen to the lesson almost suffered internal injuries from holding back. The whole 10th hall was filled with sighs, thumping chests, and stamping feet. Lu Chen didn't finish the lesson, and this group of people was suffocating. A sea of clouds was still immersed in the notes, unable to extricate himself. Tian sighed. He could only go and invite the 3 celestial masters from Zhongxiangu himself. In the end, they needed to announce the opening of the 10th hall. However, from afar, the 3 of them sat there as if they had been petrified. Leng Xianzi, who had been scolded harshly by Lu Chen earlier, was now not angry at all. She frowned and kept muttering to herself. This is going to subvert the 9 major professions. The 3 types of spiritual power include the various branches of the 9 major professions. As long as you master the operation techniques of these 3 types of spiritual power, you will have great potential in actual combat. Leng Xianzi said, I almost ruined such a wonderful lesson. Lord Yi shook his head. I really didn't expect that I would be able to listen to such a wonderful lesson. Even we didn't think of this. The point is, someone can actually come up with such a heaven-defying theory. I really don't know how he did it. He is really a wild grand cultivator. I don't believe it no matter what he says. At this moment, Tian walked over and bowed slightly to the 3 of them. 3 celestial masters, our dean's lesson is over. I wonder if we can announce the opening of the 10th hall of the Demonic Academy. Only then did the 3 celestial masters stand up and calm themselves down. The people saw the 3 celestial masters bowing slightly to Tian in return, which was rare. I wonder if the nameless dean can start the lesson again. Tian frowned slightly. Judging from the reactions of the crowd, it was no exaggeration to say that the dean's lesson had caused a sensation. All the deans and mentors had already disregarded their status and begged the dean to continue the lesson. It was already like this, and he still didn't pass. Tian immediately questioned, this, 3 celestial masters, based on my many years of experience, the dean's lesson is unique in terms of content, teaching method, and teaching impact. How can he still not pass? You misunderstood. We just wanted to hear the nameless dean finish the lesson. I am sorry for my previous behavior. Even we have benefited a lot from this lesson. As for the opening of the 10th hall, there is no doubt that there is no problem. Leng Xianzi said personally. Chapter 971. Let Lu Chen teach another class. That was absolutely impossible. If possible, Lu Chen hoped that he would never have to teach again in his life. But anyway, the 10 halls of the Demonic Academy had finally opened successfully. The dean of the Mozhang Saint Academy looked at the 10 halls of the Demonic Academy and couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. The future development of this Demonic Academy is really hard to imagine. And the dean, nameless, I heard that he killed 3 powerful opponents in a second in the big hunting match. It was already incredible. Now I find out that he is actually a master of theory. The tutor behind him whispered, Dean, do you think we should discuss the exchange with the Demonic Academy? In fact, I also want to listen to Nameless' other classes. If there is an exchange between us, we can even invite Nameless to teach in our academy. At most, we can give him a higher salary. The dean shook his head. Nameless' teaching level is not something we need to consider. It stands to reason that as long as he is willing to come, everything can be discussed. The key is. He turned to look at his tutor. The Purple Sky Palace, the tutor immediately understood. The dean continued, although the Demonic Academy is now famous, at the same time, it will inevitably be targeted if it is so high profile. The Purple Sky Palace may have some scruples, but after all, the Purple Sky Palace is not an ordinary force. Now the situation is not clear, we should not get too close to the Demonic Academy. Is it my negligence, or the dean is farsighted? After the opening of the 10 halls, Lu Chen's task was finally completed. After sending away groups of visitors, Lu Chen was a little tired. Even the 3 immortals of Zhongxian Gu, who didn't come to say hello before, had a few words with Lu Chen before leaving. Nameless, when is your next class? Leng Xianzi's attitude was not as cold as before. Lu Chen frowned slightly. Well, I don't usually teach. Then you won't teach in the latter half of the class. Leng Xianzi's eyes widened. What he said in class just now and that he would teach her in the future was all a lie. A sea of clouds hurriedly said, Fairy Leng, Nameless' body is weak. This time, she forced herself to go on stage. Please forgive her. After saying that, a sea of clouds secretly nudged Lu Chen. Lu Chen rolled his eyes and immediately understood. Cough, 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 cough. He kept coughing and even forced out some blood. This. Nameless. Are you alright? Leng Xianzi asked in disbelief. Nameless took out a handkerchief and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. It's okay. Maybe I'm just a little tired. I'll be fine after some rest. Cough, cough, cough. Leng Xianzi's eyes were burning with anger. This guy's acting was too perfunctory. How was this the principal? He was even more cunning than the students. However, since she had already acted like this, it didn't seem right to force her to continue with the class. Alright then. We at Zhongxian Gu can only look forward to the performance of the God Fiends. If you can achieve the goal of recruiting 2,000 people in advance and enter the rankings, your development will be faster. Lu Chen was still a little confused. They could enter the rankings in advance. A sea of clouds said, Thank you for your advice, Fairy. We will speed up the recruitment process. At this moment, Lord Yi also spoke, Nameless Principal, I want to ask you something. Lu Chen looked at Lord Yi. Are you really going to interfere in Yi Fan's matter? At the mention of Yi Fan, Lu Chen also became serious. Since he has entered the demonic academy, he is a disciple of the God Fiends. After Lord Yi heard this, he wasn't too surprised and nodded. Alright, I understand. I will report this matter to the Pavilion Master. Nameless, compared to the demonic academy, I actually look forward to your future performance more. The 6th heaven is much more vast than you think. When you reach a certain height, you might be able to understand my words. Alright, let's go. Goodbye. Lu Chen watched the people from Zhongxian Gu leave and narrowed his eyes slightly. Lord Ye's words were worth pondering. He was still guarding Prosperous Origin Continent, so how vast was the outside world? Those mysterious immortal academies, those major powers that were even stronger than immortal academies. The 6th heaven was indeed not simple. Hey, why are you in a daze? A pleasant voice sounded beside his ear. Lu Chen turned his head and found a beautiful woman looking at him with a smile that was not a smile. Just as they were talking about major powers, the people from Heavenly Music Pavilion appeared. The person who came was the Hall Master of Heavenly Music Pavilion's Green Law Hall, Qing Ying. Hall Master Qing. Qing Ying smiled. Do you still remember that I said I was going to bring you a gift? Qing Ying gestured to the subordinate behind her, and that person brought up 2 wooden boxes, one big and one small. This is a gift from our Pavilion Master to the Demonic Academy to celebrate your official establishment. In the eyes of many, the 10 halls were the soul of an academy. Only when the 10 halls were officially opened would it signify the establishment of an academy. Although Lu Chen really wanted it, he was still a little hesitant. After all, one shouldn't accept a reward without any effort. Why would their Heavenly Music Pavilion give them something for no reason? Nameless Principal, you don't have to worry too much. Actually, every time a new academy is established, we will give them a gift. After all, there are many competitions in the Heavenly Music Pavilion that require the participation of various great academies. Qi Ying said, however, this time, our pavilion master not only prepared a gift for the demonic academy, but also personally prepared one for the nameless principal. Our pavilion master admires the nameless principal very much. However, he isn't in Xingyuan continent and couldn't make it in time, so I had to do it on his behalf. Seeing that Lu Chen still had no intention of accepting the gift, Qi Ying continued, it seems like the nameless principal still has some concerns. Then, I'll be frank. This divine body elixir should be able to alleviate your current weak state. Divine body elixir. A sea of clouds widened his eyes. Hall Master Qing, you said that this is the divine body elixir that only an immortal apothecary can refine. Qi Ying smiled. Yes. Not only that, but the pavilion master also gave a divine body elixir formula. After all, the nameless principal has an extremely talented immortal apothecary by his side, right? Lu Chen took a deep breath. The Heavenly Music Pavilion had really put in a lot of effort. Could it be that the pavilion master of the Heavenly Music Pavilion had seen through his current negative state because of the mutated dragon crystal? That was why his body was so weak. If it was an elixir that only an immortal apothecary could refine, perhaps it could really alleviate fatigue. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. I'm afraid that I can't accept such a valuable gift. Qi Ying smiled. The nameless principal is indeed quick-witted. However, you don't have to reply to us so quickly. There's also a letter from our pavilion master in the box. If you're still unwilling to accept this letter, you can send me a voice transmission at any time, and I'll send someone to retrieve it. As for this gift for the demonic academy, you can rest assured. The only condition is that we hope that the demonic academy will participate more in the Heavenly Music Pavilion's various competitions. I believe that this is also what the nameless principal wants, right? Qi Ying directly asked someone to place the gift in a sea of clouds' hands. Then, Qi Ying will take her leave first. Chapter 972. Although most of the academies didn't have much interaction with the demonic academy due to the Purple Sky Palace, there were still a dozen academies that had reached an agreement with the demonic academy. Among them, 4 academies led by the Feng Lai Academy had directly signed an agreement with the demonic academy. Currently, the demonic academy had only opened the beginner arena, so the exchange was limited to the beginner academies. After Yi Tian finished his work, he took a stack of agreements to Lu Chen's study. Nameless, are you sure you can sign with all of them? These academies are very strong. If their disciples occupy our ranking, we will still have to give them resources as usual. Yi Tian sorted out the documents and placed them on Lu Chen's desk. Lu Chen smiled. Sign it. It's their own business if they don't get the resources. We can take this opportunity to expand our influence. This is a return on investment. The door was suddenly pushed open, and Long Xiang walked in. I think it's not certain who will kill who on the ranking. Dean, the notice of the exchange has been sent out. Those kids are all rushing to sign up. There are too many people. Long Xiang placed a stack of registration forms on the desk. I only brought 100 registration forms. If I brought more, I'm afraid that everyone will have to apply to participate in the arena of other academies. Lu Chen smiled faintly. This was also reasonable. After all, which one of these students wasn't a genius? If they could get an extra reward, they would fight to sign up. Oh, by the way, the Feng Lai Academy of the 4 academies has sent over their 10 spots for the arena. In addition, Donglin, Zichen, and the Tyrant Academy should be able to send them over in 3 days. Dean, let's choose the right candidates as soon as possible, Long Xiang said. Lu Chen nodded. Is our arena open? It's open. All 4 arenas are open at the same time. Qian Shi, Lanji, Saiji, and a sea of clouds have been there as referees. They can't even leave. Now many people are fighting for the ranking. That brat Xiao Zhan has already fought 4 or 5 matches and is currently ranked first. What about Chu Tian and Yi Fan? Yi Tian asked curiously. What about Grey Crow and the others? Can they be idle? Long Xiang said, Grey Crow and the rest are actually old disciples. They said that they should go easy on their juniors and participate in the competition 2 months later. Yi Fan was forced to wait 2 weeks before he can participate in the tournament. The reason doesn't seem to be reasonable. That brat Chu Tian is very bad. He said he would wait until Xiao Zhan couldn't fight anymore before going up. Yi Tian laughed. 2 months is a concession. They had all been students for more than 10 or 20 years. Why is that child, Yi Fan, getting special treatment as soon as he arrived? How pitiful. Long Xiao said, Old Yi, just give Grey Crow and the other 2 a way out. Being together with this group of geniuses puts a lot of pressure on them. However, it's a little inappropriate to send them to the academy exchange. It's better to choose from the newcomers. Lu Chen pondered for a long time before finally saying, then, let's draw lots. Long Xiang and Yi Tian almost fell down in fright. The dean had been thinking for a long time, and this was the only method he could come up with. Dean, for something like the academy exchange competition, if the students we send can't achieve good results, we will suffer a huge loss. Yes, and this also concerns the academy's face. The people sent by the other academies are all very strong. If they go to the other academies, those disciples will represent their entire academy. If their ranking is too low, then our academy will have no place to show its face. Lu Chen said, leave it to the students to handle. At most, you can coordinate with the selected people. Our demonic academy has to be fair and give every student a chance to train. Otherwise, why would these geniuses choose to come to us? They will have good prospects in other academies, so why would they volunteer to come here and be buried? Yi Tian thought for a while. Nameless has a point. These people are already so strong when they just entered the 6th heaven. Their potential, tenacity, and perseverance are all far superior to ordinary people. We can't decide their development based on their initial results. Lu Chen nodded. Yes. By the way, Yi Fan won't be participating in the drawing of lots for the time being. It's not appropriate for him to leave the demonic academy now. After a discussion, the academy decided to arrange the first batch of exchange students through the drawing of lots. No matter what, arranging the exchange students was a big deal. Lu Chen really wanted to take a look at the divine body pill, so he could only leave Little Green behind to study it while he went to the martial arts arena to announce the decision. The name list of the entire academy's students was on the list this time, including those who were still recruiting new students outside. Everyone had a chance. When they heard that the academy was going to draw lots, the students in the arena ran out and gathered at the martial arts arena. Yi Tian repeated Lu Chen's words of fairness to all the students. Therefore, we hope that everyone will have a chance to train themselves. Yi Tian said, however, everyone who is selected must be careful. You will be representing the demonic academy when you go out. Don't embarrass the demonic academy. If you don't have the confidence, you can give the chance to someone else. A sea of clouds and the other instructors were shocked. The 3 of them had studied for a long time and came up with this drawing of lots plan. Wasn't it too hasty, Uncle Master Yi Tian? What's the lowest rank that can be considered embarrassing? Someone asked. Yi Tian said, at least 2 or 3 people in the top 10. Everyone let out a long sigh of relief. Top 10. That's good. I thought it had to be first place. We have to be a little more careful. Top 10 in the beginner arena? Wouldn't it be fine as long as they have hands? Who would give the chance to someone else? Isn't that stupid? Uncle Master, you don't have to worry about the ranking. As long as you let me go, I will take care of the Foam Lai Academy. If I don't get into the top 10, I will be kicked out of the Demonic Academy. You dare to talk about the top 10? I promise I will get into the top 5. Xiao Zhan was busy praying, gods and demons, gods, Buddhas, demons, ghosts, monsters, I beg you to bless me. You must pick me. It is best if I can get into the Feng Lai Academy. I beg you. I will sacrifice 100 years of my senior brother Chu Tian's life. Black lines appeared on Chu Tian's face. Damn you, why are you praying with my life? Using your own. My prayers have always been effective. I am afraid it will come true. Xiao Zhan said seriously. Damn. Then don't blame me. I will sacrifice 300 years of Xiao Zhan's single life to bless me with the Feng Lai Academy. Senior brother, if you are like this, then we can't be friends anymore. Yi Fan coldly looked at his 2 senior brothers and sighed. If I knew this would happen, would have come to the demonic academy earlier. I wouldn't have let these 2 shallow people be my senior brothers. The results of the drawing of lots came out very quickly. Chu Tian and Xiao Zhan were indeed people with great luck. They were both chosen. The people who were chosen were overjoyed. The people who weren't chosen were like dead ashes. The people who were chosen, come to my place. There are already disciples from the Feng Lai Academy, so let's pick the ones who will go to the Feng Lai Academy. This is our demonic academy's first time competing with the outer court. Nameless, let's pick the stronger ones for this team. Lu Chen nodded. This was the first time. They were the vanguard, so they needed to be selected. Chu Tian, Xiao Zhan, you too. Chu Tian and Xiao Zhan didn't wait for Lu Chen to finish speaking. Their faces were filled with determination as they replied, yes, principal. Chu Tian, Xiao Zhan, will go through fire and water without hesitation. Chapter 973. Chu Tian and Xiao Zhan finally got what they wanted and were sent to the Feng Lai Academy. With the 2 of them leading the team, their results shouldn't be too bad. The 2 of them, along with the 8 selected disciples, happily went back to pack their things. After dealing with the problem of student exchange with great difficulty, Lu Chen returned to his residence. Boss, you're back. Lu Yi served him a cup of hot tea. Little Green, do you think the divine body pill will be effective for my condition? Lu Yi thought about it and said, Boss, your body is weak. I've thought about it carefully, and it should be because your attributes are too low. Forcefully fusing with the dragon crystal caused your body to overdraw. If it's just the demon blood stone, I think it'll be very difficult to save you. There should also be the origin crystal strengthening effect, greatly increasing your physical potential. In short, it's a problem with your physical body. The divine body pill can greatly increase the strength of the physical body. It's said that some people with good aptitudes can even rely on the divine body pill to increase the upper limit of their physical attributes. This should be the best medicine for the illness. Lu Chen nodded. He trusted Little Green a lot in this aspect. But boss, your condition is too rare, so I can't be sure if it can be alleviated or cured. However, I can be sure that there won't be any harm. Lu Chen frowned slightly. This meant that the divine body pill might be his antidote. Only immortal apothecaries could refine the divine body pill, and immortal apothecaries were very rare. Lu Yi's alchemy talent was 1 in 10,000, but she still couldn't break through even after reaching the peak of her alchemy experience. From this, it could be seen how difficult it was to become an immortal apothecary. Immortal apothecaries were rare, so this divine body pill was even rarer. I wonder what the Heavenly Music Pavilion is planning. Lu Chen took out the wooden box containing the divine body pill and carefully opened it to take out the letter inside. The words, nameless only, were written on the letter. There was also a seal inscribed with the words, Heavenly Music Pavilion. Lu Chen thought about it and opened the letter. Boss, what do they want from you? Lu Yi asked. Lu Chen put down the letter and frowned. they want me to represent them in the Heaven Awakening trials, in 2 years. Heaven Opening Trial? What's that? Yes, this is also the first time I've heard of it. The Heavenly Music Pavilion Master only explained a little. When the time comes, many great powers will send out their most outstanding disciples to compete together. The competition will be very intense. He said that the treasures obtained in the Heavenly Enlightenment Trial belong to me, and they only want the rankings. Lu Chen put down the letter, looking pensive. Boss, if that's the case, we can agree to their request. Lu Chen shook his head. No, even if I had to go, I would go as a representative of the Demonic Academy. I don't like to be controlled by others. But boss, the divine body elixir is too important to you right now. Your body, it's fine. It's not that I can't fight right now, but I can't fight a protracted battle. I have to find Little Beast God and the others. A competition like the Heaven Opening Trial is very useful to our Demonic Academy's reputation. How can I let them take advantage of it? Little Green, I have you by my side. Why would I need the elixirs of other alchemists? Boss. Lu Yi was moved. She was even more determined to break through quickly. Lu Chen took out the voice transmission talisman that Qin Ying had given him and left a message for them to take the elixir. With a load off his mind, Lu Chen leaned back in his chair and let out a long sigh of relief. Later, Grey Crow and the others returned with the newly recruited disciples. Sure enough, today's recruitment was once again fruitful. After 30 new people joined the Divine Magic Academy, the number of people in the Divine Magic Academy had already broken through the 300 mark. In addition, a sea of clouds also brought good news. An instructor from Crimson Firmament Sacred Academy who had lived in seclusion for many years was interested in teaching at the Demonic Academy. He would arrive at the Demonic Academy in about 2 or 3 days. The old man used to be famous in the field of instructors. When he heard that the Demonic Academy was filled with geniuses, he was finally moved. The Demonic Academy could also unlock more teaching pavilions and dormitories. The next place to unlock is. Lu Chen looked at the next location to unlock. It was the Life Skills Auxiliary Area. It required 400 people to be in the academy. Nowadays, some life skills had become very important. For example, refining tools, alchemy, talisman crafting, tailoring, and so on. They were all essential professions for cultivation. Moreover, the Demonic Academy's uniform had to be opened in the Life Skills Auxiliary Area. Only by using the tools inside could they be mass-produced. They had gathered a large amount of materials during the big hunting competition. It could be said that they had an abundance of materials now, but they had nowhere to use them. According to the current enrollment progress, we can open it in about 2 or 3 days. Speaking of which, I don't know when we can reach the scale of 2,000 people. The resources are too tight now. Just the arena ranking alone needs to be distributed to 400,000 people every month. A sea of clouds said that this is already the minimum standard. I don't have any rewards for the students in the big hunting competition. Sigh, fortunately, these students knew that the academy had just been established and resources were tight, so they had no complaints. However, it would be bad if it affected the students' cultivation progress after a long time. We have to get more resources as soon as possible. 3 days later, the first team of the Demonic Academy set off for the Fenglai Academy. They would study at the Fenglai Academy for a month. Of course, the most important thing was that they would participate in the Fenglai Academy's elementary arena competition. On the same day, the Demonic Academy's Life Skills Auxiliary Area was opened. Students could exchange resources and use the equipment here to improve their life skills. In the afternoon, Li Wei led the Fenglai disciples to the Demonic Academy. The 10 Fenglai disciples, led by Ronger, would also study at the Demonic Academy for a month and participate in the elementary arena competition. The Demonic Academy is so shabby. The Fenglai disciples looked at the shabby Demonic Academy. Kai Yen said, Xiao Yun, pay attention to your words and actions. The mentors here are all top-notch. I have also explained the strength of the students to you. There is no weakling. Xiao Yun stuck out her tongue. Uncle, I'm just saying. But is their training space really so magical? Can they be considered geniuses if they can last for more than 6 minutes? Kai Yen nodded. At the beginning, they made a testing space. Many old disciples of other academies have tried it. Even those who have cultivated for a few years in the 6th layer of heaven can only last for 6 minutes. You say that these newcomers who have just entered the 6th layer of heaven and haven't even joined the academy can last for more than 6 minutes. If they are not geniuses, then what are they? What's more, the best among them can achieve more than 6 minutes. Qinglian was somewhat unconvinced. Kai Yen, although the strength of the demonic academy's disciples is indeed good, which one of our disciples is weak? In recent years, we have also used the immortal refining flower array to test our disciples. Our immortal refining flower array is not necessarily inferior to their testing space. Kai Yen smiled. I didn't say that our disciples are inferior to them. I just told them not to underestimate the enemy. Don't worry, uncle. We came prepared. In the top 10 of the Demonic Academy's arena competition, we will take at least 5 places and let them know the strength of the Foam Lai Academy. A disciple said. Isn't that right, Ronger? Ronger smiled. That's for sure. We came here to slaughter the rankings. We will take at least 8 places in the top 10, and the first place must be ours. Chapter 974. That's their arena. This month, it will also be your battlefield. Li Wei pointed at the building in the distance and said. Dean, please rest assured. Lu Chen and a sea of clouds quickly came out to receive them. Li Wei saw Lu Chen and smiled. She stepped forward and said, Nameless Dean, this is our exchange disciple. We'll have to trouble you for this month, Nameless Dean. Lu Chen smiled and said, Dean Li Wei, you're too polite. We're just learning from each other. On the side, Blue Lotus suddenly said, Nameless Dean, do you know the rules of the cross-battle arena? Lu Chen frowned slightly and said, I wonder what rules instructor Blue Lotus is referring to. Blue Lotus said, although we've only been here for a month, our ranking will always remain on the leaderboard. For example, if we occupy the 10th place, even after we leave, our ranking will still remain there. However, since our disciple has left, if you want to take back the 10th place, you'll need the student behind you to successfully challenge the original 9th place student and push our 10th place student down. However, in order to prevent the academies from letting the students at the top of the rankings go easy on them for the sake of face, if a student from the same academy defeats a student who has pushed her down in the rankings, if she wins again, then your academy will have to pay double the prize for the arena ranking, and so on. Lu Chen nodded and said, I didn't know about this before, but I understand now. Also, if we take the first place, because there are no longer any students from your academy, so, you'll have to wait for us to come again. Only then will you have a chance to take back the first place in the arena. Otherwise, the first place in the arena will always be under our disciple's name, and you'll have to give out the corresponding reward. Lu Chen smiled and said, Thank you for telling us, Instructor Blue Lotus. Since everyone has such a rule, we'll naturally abide by it. Blue Lotus smiled mischievously and said, Nameless Dean, you're very calm. Aren't you afraid that we'll take the first place? We won't go easy on you. Lu Chen said indifferently, the arena is about strength. You'll have to fight for your own ranking. Well said. I like people who are so tough. Kai Yen and Li Wei frowned as they looked at Qinglian. This woman was so talkative today that they felt something was wrong. But speaking of which, in their few encounters with Nameless always gave people the impression that she looked weak, but in fact, she was very calm. On the contrary, she was steadier than many people who had lived in the sixth heaven for a long time. Feng Lai's disciple was led by a teacher to settle in first. Li Wei and Lu Chen still had some things to talk about. The two of them chatted as they walked. "Nameless Dean, I promised you before that I would recommend you to some other schools for an exchange." Lu Chen turned to look at Li Wei and waited for her to continue. "The few sacred academies that we have close ties with are all ranked at the top of the sacred academies in the Xinyuan continent. They don't seem to be too willing to interact with the demonic academy." Li Wei felt a little awkward. Lu Chen was a little disappointed, but he still smiled. "Oh, it's okay. I won't force them if they don't want to." "No, Nameless, they didn't directly reject my suggestion. They said that they would first send out schools to test the strength of your arena. If they can't defeat your arena's number 1, they will start an exchange with you. Otherwise, they won't occupy the Demonic Academy's arena ranking, but they also won't compete with you." Lu Chen thought for a moment. He indeed hoped that more schools would compete with the Divine and Devil Academies, so that the students would have more opportunities to train and more ways to obtain resources. After all, the Demonic Academy was too poor now. "Is that so? That's fine too. Dean, have you thought it through? It won't be a good thing for your students if they are frequently attacked by the other school's disciples." Lu Chen smiled faintly. "I really hope that someone can strike a blow at them. I would like to ask Headmaster Li Wei to help me pass the message. Since Dean has agreed, it's not a big deal." After a moment of silence, Li Wei suddenly looked at Lu Chen. Nameless Dean, are you also a fox?" "Ah." Lu Chen was stunned for a moment, but he quickly understood. Li Wei probably knew about his fox ears from others. "That, I'm not. That's my skill." Lu Chen casually found an excuse. Li Wei's eyes were clearly disappointed. She sighed softly. "That's true. After all, there aren't many foxes left. All right, Nameless Dean, I look forward to you entering the academy rankings as soon as possible. We still have to hurry back to the Feng Lai Academy, so we'll take our leave here." "Okay." Lu Chen frowned slightly as he watched Li Wei and the others leave. Foxes? Wasn't he a demon? That woman seemed to be hiding some secrets. However, Lu Chen didn't probe further. After all, they weren't familiar with each other. She probably wouldn't tell him even if he asked. If nothing unexpected happened, the team of 10 divine demons led by Long Xiang would arrive in Feng Lai in 3 days. The disciples of the Feng Lai Academy had already gathered in front of the Demonic Academy's arena the next day. Currently, the Demonic Academy's arena rankings had just been completed. The rules of the initial rankings were very simple. It was to see who won more matches. The more matches they won, the higher their ranking would be. After all, it was only the initial rankings, so the rules weren't very detailed. However, after the initial rankings were confirmed, the rules changed. The current rule was that those who were ranked higher in the rankings would need to defeat those who were ranked higher in order to replace those who were ranked higher in the rankings. Xiao Zhan was no longer in first place. That guy had recently gone down the mountain to buy several sets of clothes. His mind was no longer in the academy's arena. The current first place was his good friend Oldgio, who had won 9 matches. Interestingly, the second to 6th place had won 8 matches, while the 7th to top 20 had won 7 matches. They're biting so hard. Xiao Yun smiled. Unfortunately, the people from Feng Lai are here. Rong'er frowned as she stared at the rankings. After searching for a long time, she still couldn't find the person she was looking for. That's strange. Isn't Yi Fan in the top 50? Could it be that he's just famous? Actually, I think there's a difference between a test and a real battle. Maybe his real battle ability isn't strong. Anyway, he's not in the top 50. The initial rankings are very important. It's impossible for him not to fight. I'm afraid he's not good enough in a real battle. Ronger, stop staring at Yi Fan. I heard that the divine demons are very strong. Chu Tian, Xiao Zhan, and the others have all gone to our academy. They'll probably challenge our rankings in a few days. Let's show them who's boss first. Right. The top 5 are currently in a state of truce. They should have just finished fighting. Then let's start from 6th. I'll go first. Senior sister, if you want to fight for 6th, I'll challenge 7th. I'll be 8th. Let's take down 6th to 8th. Sisters, do your best. The slaughter of the rankings has officially begun. Let them know that the wolf is here. At the same time, a few disciples who were cultivating in the meditation pavilion suddenly received a message. Someone is challenging you in the arena. Please head to the arena within an hour. Oh. The disciple ranked 6th frowned slightly. It can't be. I was thinking of challenging the people in front of me when the new rules were released. Why is someone challenging me? Let's go take a look. Old 5, someone is challenging me. I'll head to the arena first. Are you coming? The disciple called Old 5 closed his eyes and said, What's there to see in your competition? Unless Yi Fan comes out, don't call me. After saying that, he began cultivating again. Chapter 975. The news of Fenglai Academy's exchange students challenging the Demonic Academy's 6th to 10th places quickly spread throughout the Demonic Academy. A large number of students rushed to the arena, and all 4 areas of the arena were filled with people. The 5 people who were challenged also rushed to the arena, preparing to face Fenglai Academy's challenge. A few students ran excitedly towards the arena. When they saw a disciple cleaning, one of them stopped and said to his companion, You guys go first. Help me get a good spot. After his companion left, the person came to the disciple sweeping the floor. Hey, Skyfall, aren't you going to take a look? There are so many girls. I heard that they want to kill our demonic god ranking. The disciple did not look up and continued sweeping the leaves. Let's talk about it after they kill them. I'm not interested in the arena if those people aren't here. Hey, you guys, is it good to keep such a low profile? Each one of you is calmer than the other. Did you all agree not to go to the arena? Even if it's just the initial ranking, it's good to see the beauties. The person lifted the bucket and rolled his eyes. I'm even less interested in beauties. By the way, when is Yi Fan going to the arena? Him. Didn't we agree to let him participate in the arena in half a month? Now he's cultivating in the meditation pavilion every day. When it's his turn in the training space, he'll also go to the training space to train. Has the time in his training space been refreshed? Skyfall asked. It seems to have been 17 minutes. That guy is really a monster. The training space is 1 level more difficult than the testing space. Senior Grey Crow and the others can only last this long. 17 minutes. That's not too difficult. As long as you figure out the rules of the training space, there's not much difference between the training space and the testing space. Skyfall, how long can you last now? I went to test myself last time. I came out at 16 minutes, Skyfall said indifferently. You bastard. During the test, you came out on your own after 6 minutes. During training, you did the same thing again. But, I'm really looking forward to the day you meet Yi Fan. Skyfall smiled faintly. Actually, I've already discovered that there are many people in the academy who are hiding their strength. This makes me feel something I haven't felt in a long time. If I can find an opponent, I'll grow even faster. Alright, I'm done cleaning. I'm going to the meditation pavilion. You're really not going? What if someone slaughters the leaderboard? Will you do something? I told you, I'm not interested in the arena. After saying that, Skyfall took the bucket and left. Damn, Skyfall, this guy, why do I feel that he's very arrogant even though he's obviously low-key? Sigh, if not for the fact that we're old friends and I understand his stubborn temper, I would really want to slap this guy to death. That person shook his head and leisurely walked towards the arena. The battle in the arena had already begun. Fomlai Sacred Academy's strength was finally displayed. What surprised many people was that these beautiful women with slender waists were all quite powerful. The 10th place of the Divine Demon Arena had gone through an unusually fierce battle and barely managed to retain the 10th place. However, the strength of both sides was about the same. The challenger even threatened to snatch the 10th place next time. Then, the 9th place was defeated. The face of Thousand Stone Bao, who was in charge of this match, did not change. Fomlai did not give him any face at all. The strength of the students they sent was far beyond his imagination. The Fomlai disciple cupped his fists at the divine demon disciple opposite him and slightly raised his chin. The Demonic Academy is known for gathering geniuses from all walks of life. Why do I think it's just so? I'm sorry, but I'll accept your ranking. The divine demon disciple gritted his teeth and was extremely angry. However, he was still rational. He stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He cupped his fists and said, I admit defeat. Miss, you're very skilled. However, I, Qin Mian, will remember today's humiliation. I'll challenge you again in 3 days. The result will be the same no matter how many times you come. Also, I won't wait for you. The top 5 should have rested enough. We're here to slaughter the leaderboard. We don't have time to wait for you. Qin Mian suppressed his anger. He did not expect the other party to be so strong. He could only leave resentfully. The 9th place was taken. Not long after, another victory report came from the arena next door. The 7th and 6th place were defeated by the Fomlai disciple one after another. Only the 8th place, who had just entered the arena, was left to contend with the Fomlai disciple. However, the Fomlai disciple's momentum was like a rainbow. After 10 minutes, the battle for the 8th place was over. The Fomlai disciple won by a narrow margin. He defeated the divine demon disciple and took the 8th place. At this point, the Fomlai Academy had taken the 6th to 9th places in the first challenge. The divine demon disciples are gathering geniuses from all walks of life. They're not enough to fight at all, okay? Yu Yan, who had just taken the 8th place, happily returned to the Fomlai Academy's senior sisters. Exactly. I thought we would at least encounter some resistance. I didn't expect that on the first day, we would take 4 places in the top 10. It's really not challenging at all. Kai Yen, who was leading the team, shook her head. Her disciples were not easy to deal with. After all, they were all geniuses and were arrogant. But then again, if the Demonic Academy was only at this level, the Fomlai Academy seemed to be able to dominate the rankings. All of you, be humble. I saw that the battle just now was not easy for you. Kai Yen still needed to pour cold water on the disciples, lest they get too complacent. You are all carefully selected by the Academy. Winning is what you should do. What's there to be proud of? Martial Uncle is right. For us, winning is what we should do. Everyone, calm down. Oh, by the way, we can challenge the top 5 tomorrow. Everyone, rest early. A slightly older woman said. Kai Yen shook her head. These disciples were still arrogant in their bones. But then again, since they were geniuses, how could they be called geniuses without confidence? According to the current situation, being a little arrogant was not a big deal. Looking back at the Demonic Academy's list, the Fomlai Academy had already taken 4 of the top 10 places. The names of the outer court disciples were different colors. Looking at it, the Fomlai Academy's pink name blinked. Kai Yen suddenly thought of the situation that Li Wei had told her before. Don't touch their top 3. This is related to the Demonic Academy's face. Many of their disciples don't care about the ranking, but if it's related to the demonic academy's face, then it's hard to say, but Dean, if we have the strength, why should we be afraid of them? At that time, Li Wei just smiled. Have you seen their Dean? Do you usually see that he's a master? Kai Yen shook her head. If it's normal, looking at how he interacts with people, I really can't see that he's a master. That's right. Nameless is the kind of person who either doesn't compete, or once he competes. The big hunting match is the best example. But what does this have to do with us competing for the top 3? Don't forget, like Dean, like disciple. Thinking of Li Wei's words at that time, Kai Yen also shook her head. Li Wei was still too cautious. Didn't they come to dominate the rankings? If they didn't compete for the top 3, how could it be called dominating the rankings? Chapter 976. The next day, Fenlai's Sacred Court's challenge continued. Today, they were challenging the top 5, and the disciples they sent out were even more terrifying. Sunglow Heavenly Tower. A ray of violet light instantly engulfed Arena Number 1, and within the violet light, a beautiful figure flashed. Violet Chi Phoenix Shadow. Break. Myriad Swords Greeting. At this moment, the battle was between Ronger and Old Wine, who was currently ranked first in the Divine Devil Arena. The battle had lasted for nearly 5 minutes, and Old Wine was at a disadvantage. That movement technique is so strange. She clearly didn't land here, but... The disciples of the Divine Devil Arena stared at the battle nervously. Old Wine, you have to hold on. You're the only one left in the top 9. That Ronger is indeed very strong. She has rich battle experience. She set up a sword formation in advance, and now she's using the Myriad Swords Greeting to form 2 different sword auras. The inner sword aura is shooting out, while the outer sword aura is contracting. This attack should be enough to determine the winner. Old Wine was enraged by Ronger's killer move. He roared, "You want to take my first place? Don't even think about it." Indestructible Vajra Azura Swanni, 3-faced Vajra. Old Wine's puppet actually split into 3. In the previous battles, his puppet had never used this move. 3-faced Vajra, 3 realms opening. The 3 huge puppets fiercely charged forward. One of the puppets was covered in golden light, similar to the golden light body protective skill of a warrior monk. The other puppet simultaneously activated mechanisms from its abdomen, arms, and thighs, shooting out countless fine silver needles. The last puppet directly jumped up and fiercely smashed down from a height of tens of meters. The 3 puppets actually had the characteristics of 3 different professions. Attack, defense, and surprise attack, all activated at the same time. Ronger snorted, "You have some skills. Unfortunately, you're still not my match." The Myriad Swords Greeting in the purple glow sword aura she had set up previously shot out, while the other shrunk inwards, quickly forming a circular halo. Sunset Halo, all things break. After the 2 spiritual auras merged, they turned into a strong light that shot towards Old Wine. Damn, she actually changed her move. I thought it was just a normal killer move. This Rong has used her skills to the extreme. This move contains 2 types of spiritual power in opposite directions. That is to say, it has more distortion power than an ordinary attack. Not good, Old Wine's puppet is in danger. Countless fine silver needles collided with the strong light and instantly lost their strength. As for the large area attack of the strong light, it was simply impossible to dodge. The 3 puppets were directly sent flying. At the last moment, Old Wine tried his best to control the monk puppet to protect himself. Although the powerful beam of light didn't directly penetrate the puppet and hit Old Wine, the giant puppet still crashed into Old Wine's body until it crashed into the thick rocks of the arena. The puppet's guidance consumed spiritual energy to begin with. Old Wine was already injured and the puppet was injured. Now, his main body was directly struck by the sunlight halo. Even though the monk puppet had absorbed most of the damage, Old Wine still spat out a mouthful of blood. The referee, a sea of clouds, hurriedly stopped the match. Ronger wins this match. Ronger smiled. I've finally taken first place. When she passed by Old Wine, Ronger glanced at Old Wine and sneered. The demonic academy is just so. Hey, my sunset halo has a burning property. Here is a pill. Take it, lest you say that Foam Lai is too ruthless. As she spoke, Ronger threw a pill to Old Wine. Old Wine took the pill. Hey, who wants your pill? Wait for me, I will take back first place. Old Wine just stood up and found that his injuries were more serious than he had imagined. There were indeed large areas of his skin that were burned. Okay, don't make me wait too long. We will only stay for a month. Now, the top 9 of your rankings are all taken by us. In a few days, we will take the 10th place. Ha, sorry, I said that I will slaughter the rankings, and I will slaughter the rankings. At the beginning, the disciples of the demonic academy didn't take Foam Lai Academy seriously. But now, the situation was different. The arena that had just been restored was dominated by others. In the top 10, except for the last place, the other top 9 were all taken by others. As long as they took the 10th place, the first page of the arena rankings would be completely occupied by the disciples of Foam Lai Academy. This group of people seems to be a bit too much. Indeed, when the disciples of Foam Lai Academy were selected for the exchange, Marshal Uncle AC of Cloud said that they only needed to get a few people in the top 10. In the end, they want to slaughter our rankings. Are they bullying us because we don't have enough people? Let's send a message to senior brother Chu first. Chu Tian's team would arrive at Foam Lai Academy one day later. At this time, Chu Tian, Xiao Zhan, and the others received messages from their friends in the academy. Oh. Foam Lai wants to slaughter our rankings. They took 9 of the top 10 spots, and only the 10th place was barely held. Chu Tian frowned. I also received it. Does Foam Lai need to be so ruthless? Damn, we wanted to have more in-depth exchanges with Foam Lai's disciples and improve together. In the end, they want to slaughter our rankings. Old Wine, that idiot, can't even hold on. Xiao Zhan frowned. Chu Tian shook his head. They must have come prepared and sent the most confident person. Old Wine might not be able to hold on. Xiao Zhan's eyes were filled with anger. 9 of our rankings have been taken, and only 1 is left. Damn, I'm really angry. Where's Yi Fan? What is he doing? His hometown has been destroyed, and he still hasn't come out. Didn't he say that he could only go to the arena in half a month? He said that as long as he doesn't go to the arena for half a month, he can earn 100,000 spirit stones. Senior brother Xian Jia is urging him, so he must earn enough spirit stones first. That's impossible. There are more experts in the academy than these few. This is really infuriating. However, now that they were about to arrive at Foam Lai, it was useless to be angry. No, brothers, this time when we go to Foam Lai, we must teach them a lesson and let them know what is called reciprocity. Xiao Zhan said. Especially you guys, if you want to have more in-depth exchanges, don't even think about it. The academy's reputation is more important. Senior brother Xiao, you're the one who wants to have more in-depth exchanges. You bought more than 20 sets of clothes, that's really too much. I was just preparing for a rainy day. Anyway, they killed our rankings, so we have to get back at them. That's for sure. Lu Chen was looking at the academy's panel when a sea of clouds rushed in. Nameless, our rankings were really killed by Foam Lai. Now, only the 10th place is left on the first page. I don't know how long he can last. Lu Chen raised his head and was slightly surprised. Slaughtered? Yes, Almost. He's still breathing. What about Yi Fan? He owes senior brother Xian Jia some spirit stones, so he can't fight now. Oh, it's very important to pay back the money. That's understandable. Ah. At this time, Nameless, why don't we pay him 100,000 spirit stones and let him fight? Otherwise, it'll be too embarrassing. Lu Chen shook his head. I'm opening an academy, not doing charity. He has to pay back the money he owes. Then what about the arena? The top 10 resources are a lot. Lu Chen stood up and patted a sea of clouds on the shoulder. Old sea, don't worry. I know what those people are thinking. Some people won't be worried even if the sky doesn't fall. Don't worry, the ones who should be worried are not us, but Feng Lai. What are they worried about? You'll see in 2 days. After Lu Chen finished speaking, he sat in front of his desk and looked at the list of exchange schools. Speaking of which, Li Wei said that a few schools will send experts. They should be here soon. Our arena is really quite lively. Chapter 977. Yi Fan had been cultivating for an entire day. When he saw that the arena was in a mess from afar, he hastened his footsteps and left the scene. Even though the arena was becoming more and more chaotic, it seemed like it had nothing to do with him. Until the next day, the Black Armor King personally came to find Yi Fan. Yi Fan, why aren't you worried at all? The Black Armor King anxiously paced around. If it wasn't for the fact that I can't participate in the beginner's arena, I would have gone in the morning. At this time, as an academy, how could we care about spirit stones? Senior brother, how much do I owe you? The Black Armor King said without hesitation, 254,000. Yi Fan nodded, with this 100,000, I'm only missing 150,000. I've also earned a bit from helping my junior brother clean the dormitory. It seems like I'll be able to go ashore soon. Compared to the arena's rewards, those spirit stones are nothing. Senior brother, what's the rush? The rewards will be calculated at the end of the month. Yi Fan calmly said, but for Feng Lai to be able to get into the top 10, it's really unexpected. Those experts haven't even made a move yet. Thinking about it, Yi Fan turned around and left. Senior brother, if there's nothing important, I'll go cultivate. Late at night, Yi Fan was returning to the dormitory from the meditation pavilion. When he passed by the arena, he couldn't help but stop. On the first page of the ranking list, the glaring pink words almost filled the screen. The top 9 had already been taken by Feng Lai Academy's disciples. Yi Fan calculated the time. He only had 10 days before he could participate in the arena. He didn't know if the 10th place could last that long. If not, then the name of Feng Lai Academy's disciple would flood the Demonic Academy ranking list. At this time, Yi Fan felt someone behind him. He turned around and saw an unfamiliar junior brother. The person bowed to Yi Fan and then lightly said, Senior brother Yi Fan, are you also concerned about the ranking list? Yi Fan slightly frowned. The feeling this person gave was different from others. When he stood behind him, there was a clear pressure. This feeling, even Chu Tian and Xiao Zhan did not make him feel this way. Yi Fan asked, You are? I'm Wu Xian, 3 days later than senior martial brother. Yi Fan nodded, Junior apprentice brother Wu Xian, did you participate in the arena? As Wu Xian spoke, he remained calm. No, this is just the initial ranking. It doesn't mean anything. Those who are ranked at the top are only ranked because they have fought a lot. It has nothing to do with their strength. I don't want to waste time. Senior brother Yi Fan, you still have 10 days before you can participate in the arena, right? Suddenly, Wu Xian asked, will you come then? Yi Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. You, want to wait for me? Wu Xian smiled. Senior brother Yi Fan, our God Fiend has just been established. Even if we take first place, we won't be given much resources. I've never cared about a ranking without resources, but I really want to spar with you. Yi Fan nodded. His intuition was right. This junior apprentice brother of his was not simple. Wu Xian continued, of course, if senior martial brother doesn't come out by then, you don't have to worry about the rankings. The Demonic Academy's rankings will not be dominated by outsiders. The academy is full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Among the people from Fenglai, that Ronger will probably be able to enter the top 30. As for the others, I think it will be difficult for them to enter the top 50. Yi Fan was rather surprised. Difficult to enter the top 50? Wu Xian smiled. That's right. I know of experts. Other than you, Senior Martial Brother Chu, and Senior Martial Brother Xiao, there are at least 7 or 8 of them. These people are far stronger than Old Wine, who was previously ranked first. There are also some who are not weak. It's just that. Their thoughts are probably the same as mine. They are waiting for Senior Martial Brother Yi. Yi Fan immediately understood. Putting himself in their shoes, he did not care about the initial ranking. If there was someone stronger than him, he would place all his attention on that person. Yi Fan smiled slightly. I see. Alright, when I earn enough spirit stones, I also look forward to fighting you. Wu Xian smiled. Senior Martial Brother Yi is indeed straightforward. Then, let's meet in the arena in 10 days. Alright, Junior Martial Brother Wu Xian. In the distance, a black figure looked at the two people who were talking and snorted. They actually arranged a battle in advance. Forget it, I'll fight whoever wins. The result will be the same. This person was Skyfall. Skyfall glanced at the arena rankings from afar and snorted disdainfully. Massacre the rankings? These little girls are thinking too much. I'm afraid you don't know that the Demonic Academy's arena will only open in 10 days. The next day, the disciple who was ranked 10th was challenged again. As the only divine demon disciple who appeared at the bottom of the rankings, he had obviously become a thorn in the side of the Fenglai students who were determined to massacre the rankings. However, to his surprise, the outcome was the same when he challenged this God-fiend disciple a second time. Not only that, this disciple fought even better than the previous time and completely took the initiative. How did you suddenly become stronger? The Fenglai disciple fell to the ground and looked at the divine demon disciple in disbelief. I clearly studied your fighting characteristics, how could I still lose? The disciple's name was Gu Dao. He smiled slightly. Senior Martial Sister Huilan, I also studied your moves. Why can't I fight better? Actually, your Fenglai shouldn't have snatched our divine demon ranking. Senior Martial Sister, tell your people to be careful. Don't be too careless. What do you mean? You should know in a few days. In addition, I'm going to the training space tomorrow. If you want to challenge me, I have time the day after tomorrow. After saying that, Gu Dao stood confidently. The group of Fenglai Academy students who were watching the battle were shocked. This guy was only ranked 10th. How did his strength increase so quickly? And so arrogant, I'm so angry. I was just careless and let him win. Humph, the day after tomorrow it is. I will definitely beat him the day after tomorrow. Just you wait, Gu Dao. Although the second attempt to dominate the ranking with 10 people failed again, the good news was that no one from the Demonic Academy challenged the top few people. The top 10 had already occupied 9 places. In a sense, it was equivalent to successfully dominating the ranking. 2 days later, the Demonic Academy welcomed a few more groups of exchange disciples. There were 30 people from the 3 academies that had previously agreed to exchange with the Demonic Academy, Donglin, Zichen, and Tyrant. There were also experts from other mysterious academies. These 4 academies only had 1 person each. When these people gathered in front of the Demonic Academy's ranking, they were all dumbfounded. Are we sure we're at the Demonic Academy? Why do I feel like I'm at the Foamlai Academy? 9 of the top 10 are from Foamlai. How miserable is this? I've never seen an academy with such a tragic ranking before. They've been slaughtered. No, then should we challenge the Divine Demon Disciples or the Foamlai Disciples? It must be the Foamlai Disciples. What's the point of challenging the 10th place? It seems that the rumors about divine demons are all lies. Divine demons are a gathering of geniuses. I think it's a gathering of trash. This lousy academy wants to have an exchange with our academy. What a joke. Forget it. If the Foamlai Disciples can slaughter the ranking, then let's have some fun. Chapter 978. Generally speaking, the foreign students would prioritize challenging the home students in the Demonic Academy. However, in the Demonic Academy, the situation was a little strange. A group of foreign students were fighting in the Demonic Academy's arena. They were all trying to snatch first place in the Demonic Academy's arena. A sea of clouds volunteered to be the referee for the other students for several days. He was so angry that he went to complain to Lu Chen. Nameless, we can't see any more Demonic Academy students on our ranking list. I've been refereeing for the other academies every day. Lu Chen had just returned from the auxiliary life skills area when he saw a sea of clouds' unhappy face. There's nothing I can do. You can't make me fight, right? This. Lu Chen was right. He was the dean. How could the dean personally fight? Then you should talk about those brats. Look at them. They don't have any sense of honor at all. Others are fighting in our arena, but no one is stepping forward. And those students from the other academies. They're saying all kinds of things. I can't stand it anymore. Lu Chen shook his head. Old C, I've seen a lot of people training hard these days. I'm guessing that something big is going to happen among the students. What big thing? Lu Chen said unhurriedly. Looking at the time, Yi Fan should be able to participate in the arena soon. Yeah, there's still 2 or 3 days left. That's right. I reckon they don't care about the people fighting in the arena now. Those brats are all very arrogant. A sea of clouds sighed. I know that they're very strong. But I'm angry about this. They can obviously fight for the ranking, but none of them are moving. Foamlai is fine, but you don't know the other academies. They keep saying that they're trash academies and that they don't deserve to interact with their academies. They usually walk with their noses in the air. Lu Chen remained calm and collected. That's right, Nameless, the teams that went out have also started to participate in the arena. Long Xiang sent a message back, saying that Chu Tian and Xiao Zhan's group seemed to want to slaughter the leaderboards. He asked if you want them to restrain themselves. It's the same for the other teams. They can't participate in Gary's arena, so they're all holding their breaths. Before they even reach the other academies, they're already making a fuss about revenge. Lu Chen thought for a moment, Dean Li Wei also wants to help us. Although this disciple is a bit rude and unreasonable, at least give Foamlai some face. Leave a few spots in the top 10 for them. Lu Chen added, as for the other families, those who spoke rudely, you don't have to ask me. This. A sea of clouds immediately understood the meaning behind Lu Chen's words. He didn't need to ask him. Based on the character of those brats, they probably wouldn't show any mercy. The dean had tacitly agreed. However, this was also the answer that a sea of clouds wanted to hear. After a few days of intense competition in the Demonic Academy's arena, the top 9 positions changed. Only the 10th place, Gu Dao, was stuck there like a nail. This guy got stronger the more he fought. Since Huilan's first challenge, Gu Dao had taken on at least 7 or 8 matches. Originally, his academy thought that they could easily defeat him, but who knew that this guy would become stronger when faced with a strong opponent. However, the top 9 were no longer all Feng Lai. Dong Lin, Tyrant, and Zi Chen were all on the leaderboards. The other 4 Mystic Academy's challengers, plus Ronger from Feng Lai, were constantly in the top 5. After a few days of frequent competition, those who could stay in the top 10 were the strongest people from each academy. Early in the morning, a figure appeared in front of the arena. When the Demonic Academy disciples saw this figure, they couldn't help but stop in their tracks. It's Yi Fan. He's going to participate in the arena. Good lord, senior brother Yi is finally out. Humph, I've been waiting for him for half a month. Looks like the arena is officially open today. Not long after, a young disciple walked over from another direction. It's Wuxia. It said that his strength isn't inferior to senior brother Yi Fan's. Today's competition seems interesting. Even Wuxia is here. Sure enough, they're all waiting for senior brother Yi Fan. Wait, is that Skyfall? I heard from his friends that his results in the training space might be higher than senior brother Yes. These old foxes. Previously, none of them were willing to make a move to let each other familiarize themselves with their strength. Now, they're finally going to make a move. In a battle between experts, one move might be enough to determine the winner. I reckon that none of them have full confidence in defeating the other. With Yi Fan's appearance, more and more Demonic Academy disciples gathered. Many of these people weren't ranked in the arena, but this didn't stop the other students from discussing their strength. The true monsters of the Demonic Academy have finally come out. I've been holding back for the past few days. If they still don't come out, I'll really go all out and fight the outer court. Forget it. Those people from the outer court aren't weak. We're still a little lacking. This is good too. At least we know the difference between us. We have to increase our strength as soon as possible. When Wuxia saw Yi Fan, he cupped his fists at Yi Fan. Senior brother, no matter what, let's take back the rankings first. They should have had enough. They've been annoying for the past few days. Yi Fan nodded. Of course. Skyfall shouted, Senior brother Yi, you choose first. Let's clear the miscellaneous outsiders first so that we can fight to our heart's content. Chu Tian and the others weren't around. Yi Fan's seniority was quite high. He looked at Skyfall. This guy didn't seem weak either. He didn't decline and said, then I'll choose second, Feng Lai's Ronger. Senior brother is indeed a senior sister who takes care of Feng Lai. Alright, I'll choose first, 100 miles quicksand, Wuxia said. Skyfall said, leave the third star emperor to me. We're done. Shall we continue? Wuxia said. Yi Fan smiled. That's what I was thinking. When the time comes, I won't show any mercy. Senior brother Yi, it's still unknown who will win. Let's hurry up and clear the arena. On the side, the outer court disciples passing by the arena were stunned when they saw this scene. What's going on? Who are these people? They seem to be nameless pawns. That seems to be Yi Fan. Before we set off, someone said that he was the strongest disciple of the Demonic Academy. In the end, he was still trampled under our feet. Oh. They said they want to clear the arena. What a joke. When Feng Lai's family was here, they were already slaughtered. Now that the experts of the 8 sacred academies have gathered, what right do they have to clear the arena? Are the people of the Demonic Academy all so arrogant? I don't believe it. At the same time, the top 9 on the arena rankings received a challenge notification. The top 9 experts from the 8 sacred academies were challenged by a Demonic Academy disciple who didn't even have a ranking. Skyfall, ranking. Nameless? What's going on? Is this a deathbed struggle? I'm sorry, but the Demonic Academy's arena rankings have nothing to do with you. Wu Xian. Someone I've never heard of dares to challenge me. You're courting death. Only Rong'er was stunned when she saw the person who challenged her. Yi Fan. This person who was said to be useless by her senior and junior sisters had finally appeared. Good, you're finally willing to come out. I want to see if the number one genius of the Demonic Academy can defeat me. Chapter 979. The God-Fiend disciples were very self-aware. No one fought for the arena. All 4 arenas were left for Yi Fan and the others to use. Gu Dao stood in front of the arena and finally heaved a sigh of relief. Fuck, these people are too much. If I had known, I wouldn't have made the initial rankings. Now, I don't even have the chance to challenge anyone. I'm being challenged every day. Beside him, Gu Dao's friend laughed. Ha 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 ha, who asked you to be so diligent? Those monsters are all lazier than the other. Besides, if you had fought with all your strength earlier, the people from the outer court wouldn't have dared to challenge you. I don't care about the people from the outer court. The key is that the experts from our academy haven't made a move yet. If I fight with all my strength, won't I be exposed? I've already miscalculated once. I definitely can't make another mistake. Forget it. Once the rankings are snatched back, they won't target me. I'll also have time to spar with senior brother and the others. Gu Dao narrowed his eyes slightly as he stared at Yi Fan's back. I don't care about the rankings. I only have one target, and that's him. When Yi Fan appeared in front of the arena, the originally lifeless arena suddenly became a little different. It was unknown how many people's fighting spirit was suddenly ignited. In the distance, a sea of clouds heaved a sigh of relief and said to Lu Chen, these brats are finally willing to make a move. Lu Chen smiled faintly. Who wants to get involved in a fight between kittens and puppies? These people only have eyes for stronger opponents. Nameless, how did you calculate so accurately? A sea of clouds thought for a moment and looked at Lu Chen. Suddenly, he came to a realization and slapped his forehead. Alright, I forgot. You're also a genius, Lu Chen smiled. Let's go. I don't have anything to do today. Let's go watch their matches. Soon, the experts from the outer court had arrived. First place was Bailey Liusu, second place was Rong'er, third place was Star Emperor, fourth place was Wu Xian. Kai Yan clearly noticed that today's arena was a little different. Strange, so many God-Fiend disciples here look unfamiliar. Are they new recruits? The newcomers often come to the arena. Among these people, I've seen 2 or 3 in the meditation pavilion and the teaching pavilion. They shouldn't have been recruited recently. So many people are registering at the arena. It can't be, they haven't participated in the arena before. If it was any other academy, the first thing the students would do upon arrival would be to register at the arena. Only then would they be able to appear on the arena rankings. However, were the students of the Demonic Academy all a bunch of weirdos? Those who had been in the academy for a long time were only registering now. This academy was truly a little strange. No matter what, since someone wanted to challenge him, he would fight first. In the first 4 matches, the God-Fiend disciples would challenge the top 4 disciples in 4 different arenas. Lu Chen did not choose to watch Yi Fan's match. Instead, he chose to watch Wu Xian's match. After all, that guy was challenging Bailey Liusu, who was ranked first. In Arena 1, Bailey Liusu looked at Wu Xian opposite her and narrowed her eyes slightly. Is there no one else in the God-Fiend Academy? You dare to challenge me without even being ranked? If Gu Dao were here, I might take a second look. You. Who do you think you are? Wu Xian said indifferently, speaking of Gu Dao. That kid should still be regretting entering the arena rankings so early. You're not Gu Dao's match. Bailey Liusu's eyes widened. What did you say? Did I hear wrongly? I'm ranked first in the arena. You're saying that I'm not Gu Dao's match. If I didn't have time to deal with him, do you think he would be ranked 10th? That's right, Wu Xian said affirmatively. Have you seen his weapon? Weapon? Bailey Liusu frowned slightly. Are you kidding? Of course I've seen it. His sword can only be considered passable. Wu Xian looked at her as if she was an idiot. He smiled and said, Gu Dao's main profession is not sword kinesis. His main profession is close combat martial god. What? Wu Xian smiled and said, his sword was previously damaged by someone. The sword he's using now was borrowed from the martial arts practice field. And his own weapon is a saber. This. The outer court disciples were in an uproar. That famous nail house was not a sword kinesis master. Did he borrow that weapon from the martial arts practice field? Speaking of which, although Gu Dao had always been ranked 10th, the strange thing was that no matter who challenged him, he would always win. In the beginning, it was the weakest person in each courtyard. Then, after the top 9 were occupied by the top experts, those with average strength would fight for the 10th position. In the end, when the top 3 of each courtyard challenged him, the result was that all of them were defeated without exception. They had already fought for the top 9, but the 10th place could not be won no matter how hard they tried. It was a miracle. However, now Wu Xian had revealed a shocking secret. Gu Dao had never used his main profession. He had been holding on until now with a broken sword borrowed from the arena. The demonic academy's battle had not yet begun, but Wu Xian had already made the outer court disciples collapse. You're lying. Bailey Liusu said angrily. Wu Xian smiled slightly. Whether I'm lying or not, you'll know in 2 days. Since Yi Fan has come out, Gu Dao should also be serious. Oh, not only him, we will also start to be serious. The one in charge of the referee was Grey Crow. The mentors had temporarily gone out to lead the team, so they left this unflattering task to Grey Crow and the others. Hey, are you guys still fighting? Wu Xian, when did you become so talkative? Wu Xian stuck out his tongue. Senior brother, I know. With a boom, Wu Xian's body erupted with a violent spirit energy. The entire arena was swept up by a gale, and the 5-colored spirit energy violently spread out. My God, what a fierce spirit energy. This guy. The Purple Chin Academy disciples all stood up and looked at the arena in shock. How can this guy have 5-colored spirit energy? And the spirit energy is so fierce. Is this guy really nameless? This can't be real. 5-colored spirit energy can fuse 5 elements. I've only heard of it, but I've never seen it before. Lu Chen frowned slightly. There was such a person in the demonic academy? He did not know. What's Wu Xian's test score? Lu Chen asked a sea of clouds. 6 minutes and 1 second, a sea of clouds said. Damn, he really doesn't want to spend any extra effort. Lu Chen shook his head. His students were all gods and demons. The match had already begun. Facing Wu Xian's 5-colored spirit energy, Bailey Liusu's eyes widened. She did not dare to be careless, and directly used soul body as one. With a boom, Bailey Liusu was like a god of war descending to the world. She attacked fiercely. I don't care what kind of 5-colored spirit energy you have, in front of me, you're dead. Sword moves mountains and rivers, Pan-Gu sword wheel. 27 flying swords formed a circle in front of Bailey Liusu. The tips of the swords spun quickly, forming afterimages. Then, the swords pointed forward at the same time, shooting countless sword energies towards Wu Xian. The 5-colored spirit energy lingered in front of Wu Xian, gradually forming a 5-colored spirit energy shield. Facing Bailey Liusu's killing move, Wu Xian slowly walked towards his opponent. 5 elements void, devour. Countless sword energies collided with the five-colored spirit energy shield, but they were all dissolved. No, to be precise, the spirit energy contained in those sword energies was directly devoured by the five elements void. Bailey Liusu stared blankly as Wu Xian's five elements chi shield grew larger and larger. If this was a real battle, you would already be a dead man. Wu Xian indifferently stood behind the five-colored spirit energy shield. After saying that, his eyes suddenly widened, and he pushed out with one palm, five elements void, devour. The five-colored spirit energy shield disappeared, and in a flash, it appeared in front of Bailey Liusu. Damn it, what kind of skill is this? Sword Chi Astral Body. It had to be said that Bailey Liusu's reaction was not slow. She immediately activated her astral body in an attempt to escape. However, with a boom, the huge five-colored spirit energy shield did not care and directly blasted into the void. The five-colored spirit energy shield did not explode. Instead, it seemed to have disappeared into thin air, disappearing into thin air. What's going on? There are no aftershocks at all. Where's his five-colored spirit energy shield? Why is it suddenly gone? Just as everyone's voice fell, the surrounding walls of the arena, which was built with special materials, suddenly cracked. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.